This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The government has moved to address security concerns following the fatal shooting of boda operator Rogers Mao in Antombwete village in Meru County. The incident, carried out by unknown assailants, is under investigation, with security agencies intensifying operations in the area just 3 days after the killing.
Iko kitendo ilifanyika last week ambayo ilifanya nianze kuuliza maswali, kwa sababu ilifanyika na nyinyi badala mkuje kwetu mkaenda mbali, mkafanya vituko. Hata nasikia mmeenda mmejaribu kuchoma ambayo saa zingine unaambiwa usishike sheria mkononi, kuja tukusaidie. Mimi nilisikia na nika address hiyo issue haraka na nikahakikisha wale watu wenye nini DCI amekujia yeye na kesi kwa DCI wana handle vizuri, na sasa ndio maana mambo imetulia na haki itapatikana.
Health CS Aiden Duale has announced that payments for last expense benefits will begin today, while the first patient will leave tonight for overseas treatment. In a joint statement with SHA CEO Mercy Mwangangi and NAT Secretary General Collins Oyu, Duale confirmed that key issues affecting teachers' medical cover, including claims, overseas care and support for critical illnesses, have been resolved. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has urged African nations to move beyond fragmented digital gains. The DP called for acceleration of efforts toward a more integrated and unified digital economy. He said this while officially opening the Connected Africa Summit 2026, drawing government leaders, policymakers, investors and technology innovators from at least 30 countries.
On digital skills, we continue to build one of the youngest and most tech-enabled workforces, with thousands of young people are trained annually through a number of programs, Ajira program, Jitume, digital hubs programs and others. These efforts are not only about technology, but they are also about inclusion, about jobs, about access and national productivity.
Former FBI Director James Comey has been charged with threatening the life of U.S. President Donald Trump, a formal accusation that stems from an image he briefly shared on social media. The image, posted on Instagram last year, showed seashells forming the number 8647. In a slang term used to mean eject or remove. Comey has insisted he did not know what the numbers on the image meant, but Trump and other administration officials have said the post was a threat against the 47th president. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 4 minutes past 6 o'clock. It is the 29th day of April 2026. My name is Mung'ala Mbuvi and I'm with CT Muga. Muga, vipi bana?
Mbuvi.
Yeah.
Salama.
Mimi niko fiti?
Uko mzima?
One handed. Unajua one handed? One handed. Okay, one ni one for sure. But sasa kuna one handed. Unajua one handed?
Handed nani?
Sasa 100 inamaanisha 100. All right? So ukiongea in American slang, you know, you don't say 100. You say 100. This is street slang. You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean?
Mimi wazee hiyo mambo naongea mimi.
Zitivi upenda kukusumbua asubuhi. Lakini uko fiti.
Unanisumbua kivipi bwana? Unaongea mambo yako.
Lazima nikuchokore bana.
Hiyo ni sawa baba.
Haya. Today being 29th of April in 1624, Cardinal Richelieu is appointed Chief Minister of the Royal Council of France. All right, Cardinal Richelieu is appointed Chief Minister of the Royal Council of France. This is in 1624. And then in 1864, Maori warriors defeat British troops at the Battle of Gatepa in New Zealand.
Maori wanatokaga New Zealand.
Yes, kama wala wanafanya ile kitu tunaitanga haka.
Kama kulikuwa kuna vita, walikuwa wanapigana na Maori. Maori walishinda.
Sasa Maori ndio wale Mau huko sasa.
Maori no, si Mau. It's a community. Wao ndio indigenous. Ni kama wale ni what they call Native Americans wale.
Okay.
Maori ni Native New Zealanders. Lakini vita haijaisha. Katika bunge,
naam,
there have been issues that they have been fighting for. Na wajua jamaa, kitu ikitokea some of those clips. I'm using these clips where kwa bunge na ile nyimbo zao ambao watu sisi
hiyo haka.
Unashtukia mazee wameanza hiyo kitu kwa bunge.
Hiyo kitu kwanza most recently there's a woman parliamentarian.
Mama Nazusha
in
New Zealand.
She has these facial tattoos. This traditional facial tattoos.
Lakini zimechorwa fiti.
Anaanza kuimba hiyo kitu bwana. Niliona clip fulani alianza kuimba hiyo kitu and it was a beautiful scene, if I may say. And it caught the world's attention because women all over the world were like, what?
Kuhani.
Hati kwani? Huyu anafanya what?
Ndio hiyo. Kulikuwa na kitu alikuwa anataka aeleze watu.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Na kulikuwa hao watu ilikuwa inaonekana. Huyo mama anaitwa Hana Rauhiti. Maipi Clark.
Wacha tu tuende na Hana.
Hizi zingine tuache sio.
Hana iko tu sawa.
Okay, tuende na Maipi Clark. Hiyo ni jina yake.
Yes,
alikuwa na protest the treaty principles bill. Sasa akawa joined na mwenzake pia anaitwa Debbie. Sasa na kuna mwingine alikuwa anaitwa Rawiri. Nasoma hivi. Okay.
Soma.
Na MP wengine,
right.
Na wakafanya ile wanaweka ile mkono namna hii.
Alafu wanafanya nyingine hivi, wanagonga hapa, wanagonga hapa.
Bas.
Wanafanya ni kama wanaenda squats. Alafu wanasema interesting.
Yes.
So those are the Maori people in 1864. They defeated British troops at the Battle of Gatepa in New Zealand. And also, something closer to home, in 2011, Prince William marries Catherine Middleton at Westminster Abbey.
Headquarter ya Waanglikana.
Sindio sasa. Yes, His Royal Highness Prince William marries Catherine Middleton at Westminster Abbey.
You know, one of the things that natives of countries that were colonized in modern times still have is a fight for their culture, for their heritage, for their rights, their grievances, land rights, and of course discrimination. Okay, the same thing that we've heard about the Black Rights Movement. The same things that we've heard about, should we say, countries that were long colonized. Countries that you don't hear a lot about are Canada. Some of the atrocities that people speak of as being committed in America. Bro, in Canada, there are incidences where there were worse massacres and genocides of native of the natives of Canada. Sasa hiyo ndio ilikuwa protest.
Okay.
Mko kwa nje yetu. Sawa, tumekaa.
Ni sawa.
Kuna vitu tumesema tupewe na mmekataa. Sasa tufanye hivi. Waje tuange wimbo kidogo katika parliament.
Ndio sasa.
Na kila mtu ambaye alikuwa anajua pale, alikuwa tenzi ilikuwa inajulikana na wao.
Ndio sasa.
Na wakajoin
wakaimba.
Mzee walimba.
And they made a spectacle. It was a beautiful one. I watched it and I remember it was breaking, not really breaking, but it was one of the highlights on every other channel from CNN to Al Jazeera to BBC, and she capitalized on that particular event and she did multiple interviews to ensure that her cause was heard.
Unajua mimi nilikuwa nafikiria kwanza alikuwa naimba kwa Kiswahili. Anasema kamata nikasema kumbe jamaa pia wanaimba.
Ulikuwa na expect tuanze kuiba kanya Shinski.
Nikasema okay, hao wenzetu Dariela za si watu wetu.
Naam.
Hii bas. Sawa, tuendelee.
Alright, sawa. Nimemwambia Prince William alimari Catherine Middleton.
Katika
kuna yule uncle yake mwenye juzi alistripiwa title yake ya kukua prince.
Yule brother
Prince Andrew.
Yule wajua huyu jamaa maisha yake alikuwa anajulikana kama mtu ambaye alikuwa anapenda happy sana.
Ndio. Happy na amekuja Kenya mara kadha wa kadha. The last one was in April last year.
Hapa bro.
Yes.
Zamani za kale enzi zao.
Hii ilikuanga kama ushago kwao.
No, yes, lakini tulikuwa hata na Happy Valley wajua. Unakumbuka ile story ya Happy Valley? The Happy Valley in Kenya. Oh,
tell me about it.
Stories za hizi raha. Debauchery na mambo kama hayo. Among the white settlers, especially those of the classes that are considered higher. Hapa Kenya. Mazetu kwa nyingi.
Okay.
In fact, there was a very very famous incident of a lord ambaye aliuawa
in Kenya.
Kitabu hata ikaandikwa inaitwa White Mischief.
Wow. Ile White Mischief pekee yake najua ni vodka kutoka kule India inaitwa White Mischief. Hii nyingine unasema sasa ndio
baba, alcohol content ya hiyo hadithi inashinda hiyo whisky ambao unasema.
You don't say.
Unajua hiyo whisky ya vodka hiyo. Hiyo, unajua zote zaitwa whisky sio.
Ndio hizo. Hiyo ni vodka bro. Hiyo ni vodka.
Na kuenjoy bwana.
Sawa, nimekubali kuenjoy ka. You know, Prince Andrew, he came in the uko 2000. I can't remember the exact year, but I remember President Ruto at the time was actually Minister of Higher Education. Yeah, na nakumbuka Kenyatta University walituita wakatuambia niaje mimi na best yangu mwingine anaitwa Daddy Mato. Tukaambiwa tukuje tumpigie huyu Prince entertainment.
Nikwambia kitu, huyo jamaa alikuwa Duke of York. Skuli uliosoma wewe ilikuwa ndio Prince of Wales.
Naam, ile ilikuwa Nairobi school.
Yes, huyu jamaa ambao ni king sasa ndio Prince of Wales.
Naam. Alikuwa Prince of Wales.
Yes,
sasa hii kuna Prince of Wales mpya ambaye ni Prince William.
Huyu jamaa ambaye alioa Kate. Sawa. Sasa huyu jamaa mwenye happy Duke of York. Lana ilikuwa Duke of York.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Sasa waona.
Hapa yani hawa watu walikuwa wanapenda kutembea huko Kenya sana.
Bro, hata huyu ambaye wa Kate alikuwa anatembea Kenya sana.
Namjua, na natambua.
Kuna sehemu alikuwa anataka kwenda huko pande ya Meru hivi.
Si hata huyu ndio I think he proposed to Kate Middleton, Catherine Middleton in Kenya.
Yeah, there was a time ilikuwa nasemekana kuna mzee moja ambaye ni mwenye mali aitwa Downs.
Naam.
Ana binti pale.
Naam.
Ilikuwa inasemekana kwamba huyu jamaa labda amemtupia macho.
There's a documentary if you can find it. Can't remember where I watched it, but it is there. It's on Prince Harry, brother ke Prince William.
Yule brother,
there's a time he came to Kenya for an entire month.
That guy I think had the right idea.
He came to Kenya for an entire month. Akaenda huko kwa hizo mabushes zenye wanapendanga kutembea na huko in the bundus. And it was just him and his bodyguard.
Wacha hivyo.
Yeah.
Ujue kwamba grandmother wao kuna mali kwenye inaitwa Tree Tops.
Tree Tops.
Yes. Sasa
I think it is that place.
When it was announced that George King
had passed,
mama
alikuwa hapa,
alikuwa huko. So heritage yao na Kenya ni
Sako Kobako.
Ndio hiyo baba. That is why reli ambayo tunaita railway ilikuwa elekea mpaka upande za huko. Because it's a good means of transportation. Haina hizi stress nyingi za barabara na nini. Unakaa starehe. Gari kukupeleka chuku.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Yes.
Kuna documentary mkikatafuta mtakapata mahali. Huyu Prince Harry, nduguye Prince William alikuja huko Kenya. Akakaa mwezi mzima akijibamba tu huko tu msituni huko.
Hapa bro, kujibamba. Mahala pa kujibamba. Let me use a word that actually is more colloquial than Kiswahili.
Right. Twingi.
Kwa ufupi iko mingi.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Ukienda mara kule kuna mali ndio quarters camp. Starehe tupu pale baba.
Sisi wa Kenya tunaendanga ushago, tunachoka, tunarudi haraka. Watu bana wanakujanga huku.
But hebu nikwambie sisi ambao tunaendanga ushago before electricity na nini. Mtu ananiambia ati ni starehe niende camp.
Right.
Nikae kwa tent.
Yes, why not?
No, I'm explaining to you.
Yes.
What's the fun? I said, what are you talking about? I was growing up, these are the things I encountered.
Yes.
So unaniambia nilipe pesa to have the same experience, and I've already had it.
Yeah, well, for you growing up, maybe it was really, but you see,
It was not traumatic. It was just that
was normal.
the outdoors was normal. It was not something.
I've been to Masai Mara several times. I've been to Amboseli several times. None of those times I paid. I was actually taken, courtesy of Africa Fund for Endangered Wildlife, aka Giraffe Center. Huko, my friend, nimeenda huko, nimekaa kwa bush, tumekula hizo nyama, tumekula zebra, tumekula crocodile, tumekula vitu zingine hata si majina nimesahau.
It was ostrich.
Okay, hiyo pia tumekula ostrich. It's actually a fun experience when you just sit there, hang around, go to the bush, hear lions roaring in the distance. Na muna fence, muna lala kwa tent, you don't know what could be coming your way.
My point.
It's actually a good experience.
My point exactly. Somebody who has grown up in an environment where a beetle is called wildlife.
Right.
Yes, I understand they want to come here. But if you've grown up and somewhere in the distance you can actually hear a leopard.
Yes.
Unajua hiyo ni hyena. And every once in a while you see some form of antelope crossing. You see wild pigs. No. The excitement isn't.
Yeah.
Most when they're telling me to pay to have an experience I've already had.
Iko shida.
No.
Sijali, one of these fine days, City, I'll take you there. Wacha tusalimie. No, actually tupatie methali before nisalimie wawili watatu.
Wajua methali, hawa jamaa wa Burkina Faso, methali zao hazina vitu mingi. A horse cared for by 2 grooms dies of hunger.
A horse
cared for
by 2 grooms.
Walinzi wale ambao wanaichunga.
Naam.
Kwa wawili njaa itamua.
Why?
Si kila mmoja atafikiria mwingine amelisha farasi.
Okay. I mean, it's possible, but see, you can have a schedule. Sema leo mimi namlisha, wewe kesho namlisha. Ama wewe mlisha asubuhi, mimi namlisha jioni.
Kitambo fika hapo si mmoja atakuwa amekufa.
Pana. You just agree. Ni kumaanisha watu wa Burkina Faso kidogo either wako na shida ya communication. Because how can you have 2 grooms and not agree who does what? I'm sure there's one who cleans, there's one who feeds.
A groom doesn't do one thing. That's why you're a groom.
Okay.
You look after the horse.
So you do everything.
Yes. Una make sure amelishwa. Una make sure ametia tizi.
Naam.
By the way, there's a member of parliament who called me the other day.
Right.
And they're saying, "Oh, Siti, you are not in a Swahili program." I said, "No." See, but in the morning I hear you speaking Swahili. I said, "Yes, we speak Swahili."
Right.
It's not a Swahili program. I said, "Yeah, because I was thinking of coming to the program. Now, you know, my Swahili is not very good."
No, just tell them to come. Even if it was a Swahili program, we'll still switch to English. We have no problem. Because if we actually met someone who has got difficulty with English, we'll converse in Swahili. Hata kama Kiswahili changu kidogo ni cha kutoka pale mahali pa network Kitui County. Kuongea nao tutaongea. Lakini watu wa Burkina Faso nonetheless ni wajanja because they were passing a point. They were passing a message. And for them it was
the too many cooks na broth story.
Exactly.
Umpata hiyo?
Situwe ni mjanja. Nimeelewa ndio maana uko na nywele ya white. Na mimi bado niko na ya black.
Ball.
Nimekupata lakini City.
Umepata?
Nimekupata.
Asante sana. Kasiagi na asubuhi.
I cannot wait to see what or rather hear what our guests will say about that proverb today.
It's going to be interesting.
It is.
Hii farasi ni farasi ya kishua. Ni ya kishua.
But why 2? Why not 1? Okay. Why not 3?
Yes.
Oseno Mark amesema good morning RG listening from Mombasa Road. Rains good day. Yeah, it was really pouring on my way to work today. Be what was amesema good morning Mbuvi and City tuned in from Nandi County. Be what karibu sana. Alanda amesema good morning people in the US. Natives of District Columbia are also fighting for freedom. DC is not recognized as a free state. Okay. Yeah, si hata hamuna gavana. Douglas Kibagong amesema morning gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning RG team, that is from Luis Rudasingwa. Job Kola amesema good people niko ndani. Well, Job Kola karibu tena sana kwa kukua ndani tena sana, tunakuambia asanta. Right now though, we get into this thing that we call radiogeneration.co.ke and see what exactly is making headlines there. So I hope you have also checked it out, or at the very least, if you didn't know, now you know. Inside Omanga's political journey from Bomas elections to national coalitions. Did you watch that interview yesterday? Well, if you haven't, it's on our YouTube channel. Why don't you check out what she said? She was being hosted by Halaiki Bashir and Manu Kisiangani on their show. It was an amazing one indeed. But here's another story. MPs demand full records over 74.7 million TVET scholarship payments. What's happening here? All right. The National Assembly has put the State Department for Technical Vocational Education and Training on the spot over 74.7 million scholarship program, demanding full records showing how beneficiaries were selected and paid. Lawmakers say gaps in documentation and verification have raised concerns over how public funds were released to hundreds of students across TVET institutions. The matter was raised before the National Assembly Public Accounts Committee chaired by Tindi Mwale, huyu ni MP wa Butere, during a review of audit reports covering 2023-2024 and 2024-2025 financial years. The session focused on how scholarship funds were managed and whether proper procedures were followed before disbursement. Hii historia TVET imeleta noma. Kuna hii ngoma walianza ilimbangwa na Mad Trucks. Unajua Mad Trucks?
No.
Alimbanga hivi, ilianza na ka selfie double tap. Unajua ngoma? Sasa venye nimeimba hivyo. Ilianza na ka selfie double tap. Okay.
Okay, then what else does he say after that?
The point here is, let me just connect it to this story. Hii story ya TVET ilianza na ile story ya kususpend ama kucancel license ya ile institution inaitwa Kim. Bwana MPs wakadouble tap hiyo kitu na wameenda nayo mbio.
Kweli?
Sasa wanasema wanataka kuwa na hii pesa ya 74.7 million na venye imekuwa ikidisbasiwa kwa wanafunzi. Wacha tuone itafika wapi. Unajua wanasemanga kidogo kidogo hujaza kibaba. Final batch of Kenyan police officers returns from Haiti mission. Did you see CS Kipchumba Murkomen yesterday giving a big shout out to this gentleman? He went all the way to Haiti to collect them.
Alienda Haiti.
Is collect the right word? Now, the last group of 150 officers from Kenya's National Police Service has arrived at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, marking the conclusion of the deployment under the Kenya-led multinational security support mission in Haiti. Wacha nikwambie, unajua watu wa Haiti walikuwa na block the Kenyan police from leaving.
Of real?
Yeah. They were like, guys, don't go, bana. Don't go. We have experienced peace for the last couple of months, bana. Mkitoka hapa, hatujui kutakuwa namna gani. They barricaded the vehicles that were taking Kenyans to the airport.
So what do you do with that such a situation?
There's nothing. I mean, the mission is over. You have to come back home.
Yeah.
Citizens wa Kenya wa huko, Haitians,
yeah,
wali barricade mabarabara wakiambia Kenyans, Kenya police, bwana msiende huku. Kenya ni polisi wanatuwekeanga barricades, lakini huko
citizens wanaka barricade.
Haitians ndio walikuwa neka barricade wakiambia askari msiende.
The policemen and women of the police service who were taken to Haiti,
yes,
were not taken from different countries, the same people we have here.
Yes, indeed.
Or were they special units? Even if it was special units there from here, does that not tell you that our police service is really very well trained?
Actually, it is. There's no doubt about it.
Situation yetu ya Kenya ndio saa zingine inakuwa na mambo mengi.
Acha nikwambie CTV nyo Kenya wapendanga kusema the enemy here is poverty. Hiyo tu ndio shida yetu.
Umaskini.
Because if the police were well paid, they wouldn't be bothering with bribes.
Paul. Thank you.
If Kenyans were also well paid, they wouldn't be having a lot of the problems they have. I'm not excusing it, but I'm just saying. Because kawaida traffic offenses include where you do not have a roadworthy vehicle, mara the tires are not roadworthy, mara the mataa hayako roadworthy, hazifanyi kazi, mara huna insurance, mara huna license. Na ukifuatilia, most of the times, the reason why mtu hana license, for example, ni juu hana pesa ya kurenew license. Ama the reason someone hajeka taya mpya ni kwa sababu hana pesa ya kununua hizo taya mpya. Ama the reason why mataa imeharibika na hajaripea ni kwa sababu hana pesa. Lakini watu wangekuanga wako poa, hizo incidences zingekuwa venye ziko saizi. Zingekuwa, but not as many as they are. So the enemy here is poverty.
You are right, Paul.
Yeah. So I don't know when we shall get out of it, but where?
Do you know this enemy was with us at independence? Huh?
Poverty.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Umaskini is one of the demons that we had pledged to exercise at independence.
Yeah.
Illiteracy was among the other one. You see, the French understood this.
Okay. Ukifanya meza hivi inalia dung 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 uko masikio.
That's the whole point. I need to be alert.
Okay.
That the more things change, the more they remain the same.
Yeah.
Plus ça change.
Plus on change.
Plus ça.
Plus ça
change.
Change.
Plus c'est la même chose.
Plus I'm assuming that means what you were trying to tell me.
The more things change, they remain the same.
I've heard of that one.
Plus ça change.
Yeah.
Plus c'est la même chose.
Yeah. Yes. So. When I was doing my French classes, that one did not come up anywhere. Kindiki urges Africa to accelerate digital transformation for governance and development. I actually like this guy.
Kindiki.
Yeah.
Kindiki. He has grown into this position quite nicely.
Professor Kithure Kindiki, the Deputy President, has called on African countries to increase investment in digital transformation, saying it is essential for improving governance, service delivery, and long-term development across the continent. Speaking during the opening of the Connected Africa Summit in Nairobi on Tuesday, Kindiki said Africa must urgently align itself with global technological shifts that have placed digital systems at the center of economic and institutional progress. Yes, the digital future of Africa will not be handed to us, he said. We must build it boldly, patiently, strategically, and deliberately together. Technological advancement is the biggest driver of the future. Ni ukweli. Technology itatusaidia sana. Now, I told you, I usually follow lots of vloggers who vlog on China and how that place has just advanced.
Who's a vlogger?
Video bloggers.
Okay.
Yeah. These guys have really advanced technologically, and what I like about that place is that they do not shy away from trying and failing and trying again and then failing until they get it right. For example, right now, as far as electric cars are concerned, China is leading. The number of brands from China, zingine hata hazijulikani bro, because there are too many. And guess what? All of them are producing quality vehicles. Yesterday, as I was driving along Mombasa Road heading back home, I met this vehicle on the road. It's called a GAC.
Yes.
Yes, GAC.
Ni lorry.
No. It's just a nice
saloon car.
It's a saloon car, but now this one is more of a station wagon. Okay. It's more of a station wagon, and I actually encourage you guys to go and check it out. It's called GAC. Let me call it GAC. Any GAC. Then Ion. AION. Ion.
AION.
Yeah. It's an electric vehicle, my friend. That car has got features from here to Timbuktu. And it's very affordable from what I understand in terms of the market rate in China. So the person who was using it here in Kenya, I'm assuming alikuwa anaitumia kama cause I don't think it was really a personal vehicle. I think so. There's another electric one also called Neta. It's currently being used as a taxi.
Nimeona.
It's
Chinese.
It's a Chinese brand, yes.
I wondered where that brand was formed.
So now GAC and Neta are competing brands because they're on the same level in terms of what they offer. So they're in the same class as far as mobility is concerned.
These are electric cars.
They're electric cars. So Neta is an electric car. There's another one, by the way, called a Skyworth. It's also been...
Skyworth.
Yes. So Skyworth is... Kenyans knew it before it became a vehicle, or rather before they introduced a vehicle. Kenyans knew Skyworth as an electric brand for television sets and what else do they sell? They sell fridges, basically electric appliances za nyumba.
So a car is an electric appliance.
So now they have ventured into automobiles.
Larger electrical appliances.
Exactly.
Like an
an electric vehicle.
Not automotive, sasa an electric.
Unajua nani wengine wanatengeneza magari za electric? Xiaomi. Simu.
Kuna simu inaitwa Xiaomi.
Hiyo
si chakula.
Mkenya ataita Xiaomi. Xiaomi.
I have seen that thing.
Yes.
Ni simu. Inauzwa Kenya?
Yes, inauzwa. Kwanza Kenya, I think majority of the phones here, if it's not an Oppo, it's a Xiaomi. If it's not a Xiaomi, it's probably Tecno. Hizi simu za wananchi wa kawaida. Alright? So, hawa watu wameanza kutengeneza nini? Wameanza kutengeneza magari. Na magari yao sasa yameanza hata kuvuma kule China kuliko hata magari kama Toyota, kuliko magari kama Nissan. You know, those legacy brands. They are doing absolutely well. So long story short, China technology wise, Kenya tunafaa kufocus. Unaona historia TV tumekuwa tukiongelea watu waanze kuget these skills from electrical engineering to mechanical engineering to automotive engineering. My friend, if we focus there, we are good to go, man. Kuna kitu ulikuwa kusema? Nothing. All right. Watu wengine pia wanatengeneza magari. Huawei. Unajua Huawei?
Nawajua.
Pia wanatengenezanga simu.
Wanatengeneza simu nzuri sana.
Right. And guess what? Do you know that in the United Kingdom, the largest network of telephone connectivity, that infrastructure is actually built and maintained by Huawei?
That path was made popular by the Japanese. Remember, early towards the late 20th century,
right,
the Japanese started investing in the automotive industry.
Yes.
In the West.
Yes.
Unasikia Ford wamepartner na Mitsubishi. Unasikia Chrysler wamepartner na.
Yes.
And then you come to the Ford in the UK. Wamepartner. Unasikia Rolls-Royce wamenuliwa na BMW. Unasikia BMW wameinvestiwa na. Then they entered the film industry.
Yes.
Okay. So that path was made possible and clear. The Japanese made that possible. It was understood with great clarity. Before we knew of the Chinese, I think they were already in the market, but we hadn't known them. We then got to know of the South Koreans.
Yes.
With their brands and their vehicles and what have you. And they became accepted brands. Okay? Then came now come the Chinese.
Yes. Now the Chinese, imefika mahali, my friend, companies such as Mercedes, because they've seen they cannot compete with the local brands in China, they're now partnering with them. Wanasikizana, like, look guys, we can see that number one, you've got the capacity, you've got the technology. So instead of us having to create a vehicle in Germany, then come and sell it here and compete, let's partner.
Hata Mercedes wako na electric cars hao sasa.
But they cannot compete. Yani the competition in China is so bad.
I'm agreeing with your point of view.
Yes.
Branded Mercedes. Do you know for how long hizi magari watu wanaita Range Rover na nini? Engines zilikuwa na za BMW.
Yeah.
So Rolls-Royce, which we know kazi yao walikuwa ni kutengeneza engines za ndege. Kuna gari ilikuwa inatengenezwa Sweden inaitwa Saab. Beautiful cars. I don't know why they never really caught on. Beautiful cars. Kina jamaa walikuwa ni watu wa kutengeneza ndege na turbine engines za ndege. So you see, very advanced technology.
Yes.
But the marketing feature,
right,
and how it is, the Chinese broke that code. Walielewa. I think for years, even as there was a market for these European brands and Japanese brands in China, jamaa walikuwa wanasoma tu hizi vitu. Zinanuliwa na watu wao.
It's crazy. And now that you've even mentioned Sweden, there's a vehicle from Sweden called Volvo.
Oh, a beautiful car.
Volvo now in China has partnered with another company called Geely. Now they now one family.
Hero.
Geely is currently selling in China, and these guys are making a killing.
Bro.
Audi the same, Mercedes the same. They've partnered.
Sasa wewe unaona these brand cars ambazo tunajua za Europe na America. Mnajua ni Cadillac. Hii ni Rolls-Royce.
Right.
Ukenda Japan, hii. The Chinese are producing similar cars.
And better.
And those things are working wonders.
Right. All right. Let's check out this thing that we call the traffic and see who is where stuck and why that could be the reason.
Traffic.
Naangalia Kilimani area, Kilimani estate, hizo barabara zote za Kilimani ziko sawa kwa sasa. Tukivuka upande mwingine, Kibra, Ayani estate, tuko kote naona barabara ziko fiti. Olympic. Yesterday the president alikuwa Ayani, na nilimwona akiwa na Jalas. Na wakasema mambo mengi sana yatafanyika huko. So watu wa Kibra, I honestly wish you all the best. Aya. tuvuke sehemu za Valley Arcade noko Gitanga Road, hizo barabara zote ziko poa. This is what Masharia Road, Milaza Road, huko sehemu za Kinagatina, all those places are looking fantastic. Lavington area as well, the roads in Gatundu, Kandara Bay huko kote, Kandara Road sorry, Oloitoktok Road huko kote naona mko sawa. Ring Road Kilelesha heading all the way to Wayakiwe. Guys are moving quite this is not Wayaki, this is what? Yeah, actually it is Wayakiwe. The guys are moving quite well. Wayakiwe stretching all the way from Kangemi, coming all the way down to Huru Highway and joining Mombasa Road. That stretch is absolutely looking beautiful this morning. But it's only 6:35. We know these things are bound to change in the next 20 or so minutes. Aya, watu ambao wanaelekea sehemu za airport, kutoka airport North Road, Embakasi, Eastern Bypass, huko kote mko fiti, no problem whatsoever. Tukiingia Mombasa Road, hiyo yote pia nikirudi nyuma nikianzia Kitengela, naona ya kwamba mnasonga vyema. Nikisonga hata nyuma zaidi niende ya River, huko hamna shida yoyote. Lakini nikichukua ndege inipeleke moja kwa moja hadi Mombasa, barabara hiyo pia haina stressi. Nikiangalia nini kinaitwa kitu island kia Mombasa, hiyo kisiwa cha Mombasa. Kisiwa cha Mombasa kiko sawa kabisa. Barabara zenu ni ndogo, ama ni chache, acha niseme hivyo, ni chache, hazina msongamano kwa sasa. Haile Selassie, Moi Avenue, Nkuruma kule kote, Makadara, Langoni Road kule kote naona mko sawa kabisa. Old Kilindini Road, Mzizima, hamna stress nyinyi. Alafu sasa nikiingia bara la Afrika kule Nyali Beach, Wild Waters, Kongowea, Kisauni, Bombolulu, barabara zote naona ziko sawa. Mshimoroni, alafu pande huu mwingine Lunga, Konabaya kule Mzungu Tiles, hizo barabara zote ziko huko, hizo estate zenyu zote kwa sasa naweza waambia mko sawa salimini. Lakini chochote kikibadilika simlonge nasi at Radio NKE across all of them.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right, let's check out. First of all, I forgot to say a big shout out to Balozi Eric Major wa Seregea. Anasema tu nalo pole Seregea already locked in. That is Balozi. Balozi, thank you so much for tuning in. Tunakuambia usisonge, baki papo hapo. It's time for us to check the newspapers, and I'll start with the People Daily. Front page, it says, is Ruto an incumbent under siege? That is the question they're asking, and they're saying this is the one-time wave. I'll make a one-time in quotes. After months of differences and internal wrangles, a more formidable and coordinated opposition seems to be coming up with a united stand on how to edge out the president. That one is on page 3, CT. Do you think that the president is under siege?
Yes and no. The problem isn't the president or the presidency.
Right.
The problem is the 2010 constitution.
Explain.
If for the entirety of 22 decades and a bit, going to 3 decades, you've been accustomed to functioning under a certain constitution, and a new one comes in, it takes time before it settles in and you adhere to it. While seeking to adhere to it, you'll be fighting it. Because the presidency, prior to the 2010 constitution, was an extremely powerful position.
Yes.
The 2010 constitution devolved those powers. And this is part of the problem that we keep seeing.
Yeah.
Clawing back and seeking to ensure that the presidency still has powers, or the president has powers. And that is not a fight against anything other than the constitution.
Yes.
You're actually battling the constitution and what it sought to do. So if you're talking about it, anything that is done in the name of the constitution, or anything that is done that aligned itself with the constitution, is something that will be a battleground for the executive. And a parliament that has gone rogue and has sought to chime and rhyme with the executive other than doing the oversight role, it'll also be a challenge for them.
Yeah. But I kind of, now that I have seen this particular headline, is Ruto an incumbent under siege?
Yes.
Watu wanaitwa opposition by the way wamemkamia. As much as amekuwa akiwaambia hamna agenda, hamna plan, mniambie nani ndiye atakuwa presidential candidate, this, that. Bro, these guys are relentless.
They are. But let me just also explain something.
Yes.
About the human capacity, the threshold that we have for negative rhetoric and negative conversation. We reach a saturation point.
Yeah.
So instead of the positive effects of that rhetoric, there is a rebound. It then has a negative effect and negative consequences. We cannot take bad news continuously. It's like an assault. It gets to a place where we reach saturation, and we don't particularly wish to hear it.
Because like yesterday when he was in Kibra, he was saying, bana, these guys, hakuna kitu ingine maana wanasema ni matusi. They are not giving you an agenda. The only agenda they have is one time. I was like, okay, all right, yeah, that's the agenda, okay. But I was like, do you know when every day you wake up and you just find Gachagua said something, the next day Matiang'i has said something, the next time what's his name, Kalonzo says something, another time Martha is there.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
How exactly does that threaten you?
It doesn't threaten, but it just wears you down.
It means you're threatened. How does that threaten your presidency?
Well, I didn't understand it that way. Let me just read this again. Yes. After months of differences and internal wrangles, a more formidable and coordinated opposition seems to be coming up with a united stand on how to edge out the president. So, like, the reason I've mentioned all these individuals is like a relay where you run, and the moment you get tired, you just pass the baton to the next runner, and then he continues the run. But now in this case, the president is alone. You see, the president doesn't have a co-principals. He doesn't have a Gachagua with him. He doesn't have a Kalonzo with him. He doesn't have a Matiang'i. It's him and him and him alone.
Actually, no. He has a bigger arsenal than the opposition. Issues that are raised can be directed towards perhaps specific subjects and specific ministries.
Okay.
There are people within these ministries who can actually address these issues.
Right.
Okay. So in terms of just the capacity to respond, it is there. If someone is talking about SHA, we were with Dr. Abdi here and we're talking about SHA.
Yes.
He is the chairman of SHA and is in a position to respond to it. Now, every other issue that is raised by the group that refers to itself as the United Opposition, they actually point to specific problems that you can find are nestled in specific ministries.
Right.
And the people in those ministries are in a position, they have the knowledge, they understand the where-to-force of that ministry, and they can respond. But in our case, what we're dealing with are not the issues, we're dealing with politics. Because politics now is rhetoric. If you listen to, for instance, when we had a guest in the studio, and the manner in which the guest was prosecuting his points, Fanya Mambo, okay? It is a debating strategy, okay? When you speak, you outline it's like rapid gunfire. You make sure you talk about as many ills as you possibly can.
Yes.
Shooting people in the leg, if it's a debate. So if I have 2 minutes and I have to respond to that, I'll probably respond to 4 issues. And the person has probably rattled around 15. So there'll be a deficit of 12 which I have not responded to. And everyone who's in the United Opposition says the same thing. They will tell you about shooting in the leg. They will tell you about capitation.
They'll tell you about SHA.
They will tell you about SHA. They'll tell you about Haiti.
Yes.
They will tell you about that. There's nothing they tell you that is different from what the other person has said. It's just a question of where this person starts off from and the manner in which they deliver it. Are you willing to cite the president and then they rattle off? This particular government has borrowed the most money that we've ever seen. They rattle it off and they talk about figures. You see?
Yes.
So it is coordinated, yes. The subject matter, yes. The content, again, yes. That is their style.
Yes.
Yes.
And you see, it seems to be making headlines at the very least on the People Daily. You see, when you're when you're a big person, it's easy for you to beat a small person who's probably emaciated. You have the muscles. You keep on punching this guy, all right? So the president here is the big person. You know, he's the muscle. He's the tall guy. He's Anthony Joshua, all right? Remember I told you about Anthony Joshua yesterday?
About Anthony Joshua. I
that
looked him up.
boxer from UK. Yeah, he's huge. Yeah, so Anthony Joshua, punching and punching and punching. Now, here's your position. Let me use the example of Eric Omondi. Eric Omondi is your position. He's a short fellow as compared to Anthony. He's a tiny fellow as compared to Anthony. But no matter how many times you punch Eric Omondi, imagine him keeps on coming back. You know, hata itafika mahali uchoke. Because sasa itafika mahali hata unamwangalia utaacha kwanza tu akugonge because you're like, I have punched this fellow 99 times and he's still getting up. Like, what on earth does he want?
Yes, but you see, whenever people go to war, there has to be an understanding of the terms of that particular battle.
Right.
Now, who has the moral high ground here? In the case of the opposition and those in the government, nobody has a moral high ground. They all operate in the same plateau, if you ask me.
Yes, that's why.
This battleground and the fight, what are they fighting about? Are they fighting over the votes of the country? Are they fighting over the hearts of the citizens of the country? Are they fighting on issues that would benefit the Mwananchi? What is the fight about? Because if you listen to the rhetoric, you have to ask, if there are issues, the rhetoric that you hear, how do they plug into the issues that bedevil the nation?
And that's a pertinent question, and perhaps going forward, at one point we will insist on these kinds of this particular direction, of which I believe here we are doing it. But now you see, again, it's like this government that is known as Kenya Kwanza. Wajua mkienda function as a family kwingine, you've gone with an entourage. So kwa entourage yenu mko na all kinds of people. Kuna walevi, kuna watu wa bangi, kuna wale wanatumianga cocaine huko. So you go in the morning rather, all of you are sober and you agree, guys, you will be sober until this function is over. Sione ujinga hapa, sawa? Only for you, 2 hours into the function, yule mlevi ameanza kusema tunakula saa ngapi. This is what is happening in the Kenya Kwanza government. Muko vizuri, mtu anakuja anasema asubuhi mambo itafanyika hivi na hivi na hivi, then suddenly there's someone somewhere who just wakes up and decides to just say his own things and just spoils the entire thing.
Hata ulize swali kama ameenda kulipa mahari, anauliza Agnes, Chalo amekwambia juu ya Janet.
You're like, what is wrong with you? We are here for Alice.
What is wrong?
Why do you have to mention Janet?
You better happy.
That for me is Kenya Kwanza. Siko baya. Now you can throw stones. The other part on page 2 of the People Daily, you'll find Postal Corporation of Kenya staring at imminent collapse. Poster.
At what?
Postal Corporation of Kenya staring at imminent collapse.
Let me put it to you this way. It is amazing that they're talking about imminent collapse. This thing has been on life support for a long time. Yes.
Poster.
You know how you morph from being a monopoly, a trailblazer,
yes,
to being an almost non-entity. We know Poster more by the people it employs, because somebody is nafanya kazi Poster.
Yeah. Than what it does.
Yes, and yet the service it provided, there was no competition.
How is it that the postal service in a place like the United States is thriving? It has existed for centuries.
Look, we can mollycoddle this thing if we wish, but the thing about Posta, Telcom as we called it, Kenya National Assurance as we called it, all these entities were monopolies that went down. That was the introduction that the Kenyan public had of what unbridled, and I mean it, the word is unbridled, corruption can do. How do you collapse a monopoly?
How?
Yes, that is something that you study. Those are 3 or 4 PhDs. How? Kenya National Assurance. Study Kenya National Assurance. How did it collapse? A monopoly. There is no one to compete with you in that line of business that you're in. Posta. Nobody. Kenya Post and Telecommunication, it was one unit. You break it up, you have ex-telecoms. It seems to be making money. You bring it back in. We collapse these institutions in broad daylight. Now, If somebody wants to understand how it is that corruption can bring down a nation, don't look at the nation, look at parastatals within the nation, and look at how they were brought down. How did agricultural finance company, how was it brought down?
AFC.
There are very many institutions that the government had whose function was to ensure that they are the building blocks on which a thriving economy is built.
Yes.
And they were brought down and they didn't have competition. How did ICDC become an entity owned by an individual and its properties owned by individuals? How did that come about?
Corruption.
Kenya Industrial Estate, an entity that was supposed to spur SSMEs into SMEs and then larger entities within that particular sphere. How did all these things collapse? Because they were funded. See, if we don't answer these questions, we'll be at that same precipice that we're in 2008, where we had issues within our country and our countrymen and women died. We had a Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission which didn't complete its work in terms of getting us to actually get to the heart of the matter. We never did.
Posta says inafaa kufanya deliveries, courier services.
They even had those services way ahead of everybody.
Imagine they've been taken over by security companies akina Wells Fargo.
So wanafanya hiyo kazi and they're making money of it.
Akina G4S.
Precisely.
Then of course now we have delivery companies such as akina Glovo.
Then sir,
Dialer Delivery.
What happened then? Buses commuting between one place and the other took up the services of delivering parcels, delivering letters. Yes, this was their turf.
Posta.
Precisely. So again, there are those who say we don't want to deal with the history. Those people are not very smart. Neither do they enjoy their thinking. They don't expand their thinking capacities. It's the past that has brought us here. How can you ignore it? How? All these entities and these things you see us trying to achieve and to do now, Paul, we did them before. And we were at a point at which we were waiting for what the economists refer take-off stage. And then they were diminished. How were they diminished? Because if we don't understand this and we are trying to set up something similar, the fate that awaits us has already occurred and has already happened. If we do not learn from this past and the mistakes of the past, whatever we are setting up will meet the same fate. It will not go far.
Crossing over to the Daily Nation, Araka, states shocking admission on CBE. So these are the numbers according to the Daily Nation. Well, the numbers according to the ministry as well. Nearly 3 out of 4 grade 3 learners cannot perform basic mathematics. Akia.
Do you know why that is so? Because they missed more than a semester of learning, so they were not taught.
Nearly 3 out of 4 grade 3 learners, 3 out of 4, bro, that is 75%.
It's more than 75%.
3 out of 4 is 3/4. So that's, anyway, so nearly 3 out of 4 grade 3 learners cannot perform basic mathematics. According to a report by the Kenya National Examinations Council, which also reveals more than half are struggling with basic English literacy. These findings by the state agency mirror civil society reports and raise fresh concerns about the state of foundational learning under the competency-based education system. Now, you can get this story on page 4, but there's some infographics here done by the Daily Nation. They're saying 21.4%, only 21% of learners in refugee host countries and 28% of learners with visual impairments in age-based special schools attained the benchmark. 26.8% nationally of learners met expectations in foundational numeracy skills. Then nationally, only 41.4% of grade 3 learners achieved the minimum benchmark in English literacy. Wa nyinyi kama hamjapanic sijui.
Now, there's nothing to panic about.
Hapana city. Proportion in terms of percentages, proportion of learners who achieve the English literacy benchmark are as follows. In Turkana, 18.5%. Isiolo, 18.4%. And then in West Pokot, 15.6%. Percentage of proportion of learners who achieved the numeracy skills benchmark are as follows. Refugee host counties, 26.5%. Informal settlements, 24.6%. In Vihiga County, 17.3%. Busia, 16.4%. And then in Marsabit, which is the lowest, comes in at 14%. This is from the Kenya National Examination Council, the guys who assess examinations in basic education.
You see, whenever we say that the government isn't working, what you've just read damns that statement completely. Here's a government telling you about its shortcomings.
Yeah.
Because that's what they've just done. The outcome that they have now actually qualified for us was not predicted, it was spoken of.
Yeah.
If students go for a whole term and beyond and are not taught because they're no teachers, they will not know the subject matter, will they? And so when you assess them, there'll be a gap. And the gap exists because they were not taught. But the bigger problem is moving onwards. Remember, the learning process is an incremental process in getting to understand certain concepts. Okay?
Yes.
So if you have a gap at the beginning, you're going to have a gap at the end. Heavy rainfall is causing problems.
Okay.
This is in the Star. They're saying landslide cuts off a 10 Cabernet Road after heavy rains. Kenha has warned that the situation could pose risks and called for on-road users to remain vigilant. Every once in a while in this country, we have a situation where we talk about mudslides. We've heard of mudslides in Pokot. We've heard of mudslides
in Budalangi.
In Budalangi, we've had them in Maimahiu.
Hata Ukambani kwetu sikumbuki ni wapi exactly. I think it is either Makueni or Kitui County.
Yes.
Wacha hizi rains za saizi zile zingine zilinyesha wakati wa Sakaja floods. I don't know, I'm calling them Sakaja floods.
Yes, it's good.
Yeah, there were some mudslides in Kitui County, I believe.
Yes, and there is now just a simple displacement that people have within the Kano Plains, and people have them in Budalangi again, where there's heavy rainfall and people are displaced. But significantly, one of the things that people have often spoken of with regards to this is not even the landslides.
Yes.
It is when dams the banks are broken because of landslides. And people are not just displaced, but you suddenly have flash floods because of the heavy rainfall, and you can find entire villages disappearing, meaning the flash flood comes, it's gone. But one of the things that happened that was of a remarkable, should we say, occurrence that people spoke of for the longest time was the Solai Dam tragedy. Okay? This was in May 8th, 2018. Okay? There's something they call the Patel Dam, the Solai Dam, Nakuru County. It released over 70 million liters of water that destroyed homes in energy is the name of a place, and in Nyakinui villages. Okay? It claimed 48 lives and displaced thousands. Now, natural disasters in this country, when there's a dam, it means somebody had understood the problem and had put in mitigating circumstances. Or situations rather, to mitigate the circumstances that may occur with heavy rain.
Yes.
But there's rain that is unanticipated, and if it's in the Rift Valley, remember, you're talking about the 10 Cabernet, this Rift Valley, Pokot, you're talking about Rift Valley.
Yes.
It's a fault. When it's a fault, what it means is that it is susceptible to occurrences of the shift of the Earth's core. And when that happens, things that are beyond your capacity then occur. It is the argument that has been used whenever we have been seeking geothermal power. They say the wells that we dig may destabilize the core of the earth. And that is one of the reasons why they say we should go slow and be careful about why we go about it. We have Menengai crater. It is precisely that, a crater.
Yes.
And there are those who say it was dormant, there are those who say not quite. There are those who say the geothermal processes may, should we say, awaken it. Now, these are the things that we look at and we ask with every rainfall, with every season.
Yes.
And we have one right now as we speak. What are the circumstances that we expect to see? And what is the preparedness? Why do I make this a topic of discussion? The number of people who are being inconvenienced right now in the city of Nairobi because of these rainfalls are very many. People who are losing homes and livelihoods because of these rains are very many. You do not hear of any circumstances or situation that have been put up to mitigate against the rainfall, which the Met Department have told us about, and they've even told us the length of time it is likely to stay with us.
All right. Sawa, situ ushasema. Tunataka kuchukua muda mfupi tuingie katika news. Of course, I shall give you some shout outs when you do return. But in the next hour, we want to talk about professionalizing Kenya's public procurement and supply chain sector. We look at the gaps and, of course, future outlook. With us, we're going to be hosting Chief Executive Officer, Kenya Institute of Supplies Management, that is Kenneth Matiba. So, siende mali kaa nasi, twaja sasa hivi.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A family in Kisumu is appealing for assistance to bring back the body of their loved one. Christina Brandy died in Lebanon where she had been working. The family says it needs about 1.8 million Kenya shillings to facilitate the repatriation of her body to Kenya.
Amegonjeka kwa muda. 2019 akafanywa operation ya heart, akarecover kidogo, akaanza complication, anafura mguu, anafura mwili.
Alikuwa anilipia school fees, wasaidizi sasa yuko, sasa tunaomba tusaidie.
Yeye ndiye alikuwa msaada wangu. Mimi niko tu venye mnaniona hivi.
Sasa tunaomba tu yani usaidizi kama mwili tunaweza kutoka huko iingie kwa Kenya.
Drama unfolded in the Senate on Tuesday after Migori Senator Eddie Okech was kicked out of the chamber during a heated dispute over the division of revenue bill. The standoff began when Okech objected to the bill being reintroduced to the order paper, saying senators had not been properly briefed before Senate Majority Leader Aaron Cheriot moved in for debate. Speaker Amason Kingi suspended the senator for 3 sittings.
Order. Senator Eddie, leave the chamber immediately. Senator Eddie, leave the chamber. Leave the chamber immediately. Senator Eddie, leave the chamber. If you don't leave in the next few seconds, Sergeant at Arms, escort the member out of the chamber. Sergeant at Arms, kindly. Sergeant at Arms, as Senator Eddie walks out of the chamber, Nairobi City Senator, once Senator Eddie leaves, you'll have 1 minute to explain yourself.
The last group of 150 Kenyan police officers has arrived back in the country after completing their deployment in Haiti. They landed at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport at 6 p.m. on Tuesday, bringing to a close the UN-backed mission that lasted over 18 months and aimed to help restore stability in the Caribbean nation. The mission's commander, Godfrey Otunge, hailed the officers for diligent service to Kenya.
So exactly 22 months and 7 days ago, Kenya deployed 200 personnel to Haiti to establish and lead the MSS to Haiti. The deployment, which was made with a word of prayer from our president himself and praises to God, gave us protection and wisdom that saw us achieve the major milestone we made since we landed at Port-au-Prince on 25th June 2024.
Senators are demanding accountability over deaths and injuries at the Bomas of Kenya construction site, raising concerns over worker safety and compensation. The Senate Labour Committee on Tuesday heard that despite assurances of safety measures, there is little evidence that injured workers or families of the deceased have been compensated, prompting a deeper probe into the matter. The United Arab Emirates has announced it will withdraw from the OPEC and the OPEC Plus to focus on national interests. The move, set to take effect on Friday, comes as oil prices rise amid tensions in the Middle East. The UAE has been a member of the OPEC since 1967. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. It is now 5 minutes past 7 o'clock. This is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast with Mung'ala, Mbuvi and City Muga. Big shout out to MC Tonje, amesema he's tuned in. So MC Tonje, karibu tena sana and thank you for being with us. Na wale wengine wote ambao wameingia kule mtandao wa YouTube, we have akina Job Kola, Morris and that anasema good morning RG family, happy midweek. Don Sabwa, zoning undermines, restricts, kills, rapes and ultimately violates the rights of voters. It is fundamentally flawed. Where? Aye. The real SC, sorry, anasema I saw the crowds in Kibra when Ruto was inspecting Kibra and Shauri Moyo. The love for Ruto seemed genuine. Kenya should follow Ethiopia's model with the industrial parks. It is employing millions of Ethiopians, making apparels for major brands and for export markets and extended to other consumer goods as well. Actually, real estate nikwambie, hata sisi tunajenga, you'd be shocked the number of things that we are doing here that are found in the international fashion markets. Alafu my take 2.2 amesema even if you remove Ruto, we will still see you lamenting and crying because you people have very bad taste. Hey. Oh my goodness.
And the beat goes on.
Hey, nakwambia 2.2 wanga amekasirika. Anasema, so according to Mbuvi, that lady now makes sense just because he moved from UDA. Which lady is this that we're talking about? Ebu tell me, I seem to be confused on that one. And then we have Wachuka Mugo. Amesema, good morning y'all from Madrid, watching live at 6 a.m. This is Spain, Watu wa Espanya tunaambia karibuni sana tena sana. Is it Espanol is the language, right? And then we do have Daya Interactive. Amesema Grand Rising from Kilifi. All right, sawa. Thank you so much for coming through. Let's continue having this conversation. Like I told you in the previous hour, we want to talk about professionalizing Kenya's public procurement and supply chain sector. We look at the gaps. And with us is the Chief Executive Officer, Kenya Institute of Supplies Management, Kenneth Matiba. Kenneth, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you know, when we saw your poster, like CT was telling you earlier on, when the producer told us, tomorrow we are hosting Kenneth Matiba, I was like, wait a minute. Am I in some twilight zone somewhere? But good to see you. Karibu sana. CT has got something that he will share with you before we start the show. So CT, over to you.
Every week we travel digitally, of course, to an African country, and we mine some proverbs from that particular country. This week, we are in the Republic of Burkina Faso.
All right.
Okay? The horse cared for by two grooms dies of hunger. A horse cared for by two grooms dies of hunger. What do you think the Burkinabe were saying?
Very interesting. Once again, thank you for having me, City, and thank you very much for that insightful proverb from West Africa. You know, West Africa is very, very interesting.
It is.
Especially when you're talking about procurement. They spend about 80 billion worth of US dollars when it comes to their public procurement systems, the entire West Africa. So Burkina is a very interesting country in that context. And looking at the proverb that you have put forward, I would want to give it the professional lens. And the professional lens around it is the duty of care. The duty of care. And I think the import of that is that sometimes even when we exercise duty of care, things may not work right. But that doesn't mean that we don't take responsibility. Yes.
Do you know, you have put it simply as they did, and you've explained it well.
Thank you very much.
Yes, it's duty of care.
Thank you very much. I didn't know, but that's
thinking. The beauty of interpretation is you telling us how you chime with the proverb.
Yeah.
This isn't a 1 + 1 question.
Yeah.
No. It is, what does one mean to you? That's the question.
Thank you very much.
So if you understand one, then you will know what +1 will actually get you to.
Yeah.
And it will not be the same for him as it is for me or you.
I'm grateful.
Yes.
Nakumbuka primary tukiambiwa andika riwaya ukizingatia methali fuatayo.
Yes.
Alafu tutapatiwa methali. Alafu unakapo nasema wow.
Sasa hii ni nini? The one which puzzled me the most when I was in school. Bandu bandu huishi agogo. Or huishi agogoni. And I'm thinking, okay, first of all, what is bandu?
Next time we are doing this, and we circle back to Kenya. Please start with that one. Ndio tuweze kujua hiyo bandu kwa kweli ni nani.
Yes.
But Kenneth, karibu tena sana.
Thank you very much.
Maybe you can just let us know what KISM is all about before we get down to business.
Thank you very much, City, and thank you very much for having me. First of all, my name is Kenneth Batiba. I'm the CEO of the Kenya Institute of Supplies Management, commonly known as KISM. KISM is a statutory body established under the Supplies Practitioners Management Act of 2007 with a very unique mandate in that sense. First is to regulate supply chain professionals in the country. While doing that, we register, we license, we train, we discipline, and then we regulate the procurement professionals. And I think that is very key, looking at where we operate, noting the magnitude of resources that are expended through public procurement, translating to about 10 to 13% of our GDP, 60% of our national budget. It is important that we have professionals in that space, duly regulated. And I think that is why, in the wisdom of the people who came before us, they deemed it appropriate to create a legal instrument, the Supplies Practitioners Management Act, which then created a KISM to undertake that regulatory responsibility.
So you basically regulate people in procurement?
Yes, we regulate the practitioners in the space of public procurement.
Right.
Of course, when you are regulating, the focus is not only on the public sector. The focus is also on the private sector and the third sectors. Because if you're expected to have a driving license, for instance, we don't have roads that are used by private people and public people. So as such, the role of KISM transcends the public sector into the private and the third sectors.
All right. So again, people who've studied procurement at the university, whether it's the diploma or certificate or degree, those are people under your jurisdiction, if I may call it.
It would be important for us, first of all, to put into context certain things.
Okay.
So, first of all, today we have about 28,000 duly registered members of KISM all time. Our universities produce a significant number of professionals on a yearly basis. So, in the recent past, in our strategic plan for the year 2025-2029, we have a target of registering up to 40,000 procurement professionals so that we can be able to entrench sanity and so that we can be able to have professionals who are duly equipped and recognized by law through a registration and licensing framework so that then they can also be accountable and so that they can also be able to provide well-grounded professional advice and opinions in procurement processes. So ideally, yes, back to your question, we have an obligation to register all persons who engage in the practice of procurement and supply chain management. So immediately you graduate from the universities, if you're going to be employed, you have to register first with KISM. And for us to be able to deal with that in a very structured basis,
yes,
we have launched an advisory program where we screen all employment opportunities in Kenya, and we advise employers on the obligations that they have when it comes to ensuring that the persons they employ are duly registered and licensed. And where we find those advertisements not meeting the requirements of the law, we consequently issue advisories to employers. And we have successfully intercepted nearly 250 employment opportunities in the past 1.5 years, which could have been processed to the end, culminating to people who are not duly registered and licensed getting jobs. So in that sense also, we have an avenue of securing opportunities for procurement professionals that are duly registered and licensed. Yes.
There is a Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act.
Yes.
There was a 2015 Act and was revised in 2022.
Yes.
Those of you who are in the suppliers, practitioners and management group, what role do you play when an act of this nature is revised? How is your expertise sought, and how do you influence the details of such an act? Because you are the professionals.
I appreciate that question, and I think I want to put into context how the legislative reforms happen in our country. As KISM, we regulate the professionals, but we don't work in a vacuum.
Yes.
We work in what I would refer to as a pentagon fashion, where we have the National Treasury responsible for policy. We have the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority responsible for regulating processes, asset disposal, procurement and asset disposal processes. We have the Kenya Institute of Supplies Examinations Board responsible for examination issues. And then we have the Public Procurement Administrative Review Board responsible for adjudication of disputes arising from procurement processes. So whenever laws are enacted, we work together as a team. And KISM, we play a very critical role when it comes to proposing legislative proposals. So for instance, when the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act of 2015 was being developed, an improvement from the previous act of 2005, which was done to align to the constitutional provisions and Article 227 of the Constitution, post promulgation of the Constitution in 2010. The procurement professionals, through their professional body, the Kenya Institute of Supplies Management, was involved in terms of providing expertise in the technical teams that were drafting the law and also engaging our members in public participation processes, so that that tool that we use to govern public procurement is acceptable and understood by stakeholders. If that doesn't happen, then application and interpretation of the law becomes a challenge.
Why I ask the question is because if we refer to legislation, and we refer to regulatory authorities and bodies in the country, we are fairly well established. We have these bodies. Yet, one of the biggest problems we encounter in this country are problems that people refer to as corruption. I personally don't think we have a corruption problem. We have an impunity problem. That's my view, but besides the point. And a lot of the problems that people refer to with reference to corruption are procurement problems.
Yes, I agree with you that is the common conversation.
It is a common conversation.
But it is also important for us to be very deliberate on how we want to confront that challenge.
Yes.
We should not stop at identifying the problem. We should move towards finding a collective approach. And I think the challenge for us is to retrospect as a country on whether we want to stop at saying the problem is procurement. I think if we are stopping at that point, we are not making progress as a nation. I think all that we require to do is to be deliberate in adopting a whole of society approach. For crime to happen, crime is integrated. there are many players in the web. For instance, for graft to happen through a procurement process, you may want to realize that there would be many players in that process, whether it is from the budgeting phase, where procurement people are not involved, right, to the planning phase, to the acquisition phase, to the delivery phase, to the acceptance phase, to the project implementation phase, and eventually the payment and contract administration phase. So if we have to deal with the problem of graft in procurement processes, we need to adopt a whole of PFM circle approach. Saying that procurement professionals is the problem is not helping.
No.
And Muga, you remember there were radical surgeries that happened in this country in the past, where procurement officers were even all sent home. Not once, not twice. So the solution to this problem would be for all of us who are involved in the procurement circle, whether you're lawyers, whether you're accountants, whether you're engineers, whether you're legislators, procurement professionals, we need to work together. But most fundamentally is to get to the root cause.
I'm actually in agreement with
the root cause, Muga, is our value systems. If we deal with the challenge of graft from the family unit, how we bring up our children, to the schools, the curriculum that we expose them to the mentorship arrangements that we invest in post-school, then we will be making a deliberate trajectory towards overcoming the challenge of graft. But if we have post-mortem approach of saying a graft has happened, let us go to the procurement officer, we are not solving the problem. And that is why, in conclusion on that issue, we are partnering with institutions such as the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Very deliberately, we have signed an MOU with them on an integrated referral mechanism so that they are part of us. We work together when it comes to disseminating content that then entrenches values in procurement officers. We are launching a mandatory ethics program in collaboration with the Kenya School of Government and EACC, where we want to ensure that when a new procurement officer is employed, the first stop is a mandatory course on issues of ethics and values. That way we induct professionals to appreciate that when you have a chance to serve, you're serving with the heart, you're serving with the future in mind, you are serving with the generations in mind. You're not serving for self-accumulation, and you're very deliberate in that.
You've actually addressed the issue very comprehensively. Why I brought in the Kenya Institute of Supplies Management KESM into the discussion is primarily this. I began by saying that we have very many bodies that deal with regulations. One of the things we hear every once in a while are pharmacies being shut down because the people who run those pharmacies are not duly registered. Every once in a while, we hear of some doctor who's been involved in some malpractice. The regulatory body of that particular discipline then comes in. What I was heading towards and asking is, if members of the institute that you're CEO of are found to be culpable in a situation that involves graft, how do you deal with such an individual? Because what you're absolutely right about, anyone who is in the business of procurement is a very small cog in that whole wheel. And usually the problem is actually not even them. No, that I'm a citizen of this country and I've been for a long time. We understand of the influences that are brought to bear on people who have. So there is a responsibility, and a very burdensome responsibility. But what do you do for your members?
Thank you.
Yes.
I think that's a very good way of looking at it, and I think recognizing the exogenous factors when it comes to the problems that affect procurement officers and practitioners in that sense is very key. But fast forward to your question, how we handle members who engage in professional misconduct. I want to agree with you that for a long time, we did not have a mechanism. KISM existed for nearly 17, 18 years. But up to 2 years ago, when we had the chance to take over at KISM, we did not have a mechanism of disciplinary enforcement. And what we have been able to do over those past 2 years is to partner with the judiciary to help us in building the disciplinary framework for the institute. So we have worked on the SOPs, and as a consequence of that, Muga, over the last 2 years, we have successfully processed over 116 cases and judgment reduced. And we went further to sign an MOU with EACC so that we have a mechanism of matters relating to professional misconduct being referred to KISM. And the net impact of that collaboration is that we have seen a reduction of procurement officers being charged in court. And for the first time in the year 2025, when EACC released their national survey report, procurement officers were not ranked as they are traditionally ranked. So we are very deliberate when it comes to creating an ecosystem of accountability for procurement professionals. We have now a very robust disciplinary framework that is enabling us to take action on our members. Secondly, for many years, the institution did not build a compliance enforcement framework. 2 years ago, we have now worked on a very compliance enforcement framework. We now do compliance audits. We now do compliance checks. We now run a compliance advisory program. And over the last 2 years, we have been able to undertake compliance checks in nearly 200 public institutions, directly touching over 2,000 professionals. And the outcome of those compliance checks has seen institutions, for instance, redeploying staff who are not procurement professionals from procurement functions, creating opportunities for procurement professionals. We have seen compliance status being at 40% when it comes to issues of people working in procurement who are not duly registered. And now, during this year, we have now embarked on another campaign to ensure that we make employers know their responsibilities. Accounting officers who employ professionals who are not duly registered are contravening the Supplies Practitioners Management Act. And I want to surprise you, Muga. For the first time, during the first quarter, running from January to March this year, we have seen 9,000 procurement professionals renewing their standing with KISM and taking licenses. So we project that if we are able to sustain the momentum of compliance for the outstanding 3 parts of the quarters of the year, we should be able to realize nearly 90% good standing of practitioners working in the public space. I want to also indicate to you that we have about 34,500 public entities in Kenya. And as it stands today, we have about 28,000 all registered members with KISM. It means there's a big gap. There could be people who are working in this space still, that are not duly registered. But the unfortunate bit is that out of the 28,000, as at last year, we had only 10,000 members who are active, who are duly active and in good standing with the institute. This year, we are happy that within 3 months, we already have 9,000. So we want you also, colleagues in the media, to join us, among other partners, in creating professional sanity in the space of public procurement, because procurement is where policy and money meet. And if we don't fix it and get it right, then the next generations may find a challenge.
I want to ask for forgiveness in advance for this question.
Yes.
So I hope I'm forgiven.
You're forgiven.
No, don't forgive this man in advance. Please hear what he's asking first before you give that you offer that forgiveness.
It's all right.
I'd like to understand, what is it that a procurement professional does? Because from my understanding is, for example, if we need a console in this studio, we need these computers. we tell the procurement person, let's assume it's CT, and CT will just go online and check the cheapest, probably the best, and then tell us, okay, you can get this particular product. And then for the computer, he tells us, get a Dell or a HP or a Sony. And then we get. Is it that complicated?
Thank you, my brother, for that question.
Yes.
You know, you look nicely dressed.
Yes, thank you.
I can assure you that your look is all procurement.
Mm-hmm.
Supply chain is everything. The clothes you put on, the shoe you put on, the belt you have, the quality of that belt, the cost of that belt, the source market and where you acquire that belt. Yeah? Mm-hmm. So issues of quality, quantity, cost, value for money, accessibility, all that is procurement.
Right.
And just to surprise you how important procurement is, today we are talking about the Strait of Hormuz and the import of that on the prices of fuel.
Yes.
Through that strait, we have nearly 21 million barrels of fuel passing through that strait on a daily basis.
Okay.
And it accounts for 20% of the global supply of fuel. A disruption on that strait has an impact on the global supply chains. So to put it in a very simplified manner, that is the work of a procurement supply chain professional. If those supply chains are not properly managed, they have a direct impact on lives and livelihoods. Another good example I would want to give you is the COVID situation.
Okay.
When COVID happened and the global supply chains were disrupted, you and me directly felt the impact. That is the centrality of a procurement and supply chain professional. They are responsible for managing supply chains.
Okay.
So to now bring it closer to you so that we ordinarily understand it, procurement professionals are responsible for designing supply chains, for planning for acquisitions, for advising and providing professional opinions, all right, for preparing tender documents, even in this place where you're sitting,
yes,
the studio where you're hosting me. Somebody was procured to do it. A tender document that makes sense with clear specs had to be put together. That job was done by a procurement officer or a procurement professional. So in essence, I would say that a procurement professional does everything around you and around me. And that's why it is very important that that person is properly skilled. That person has the capacity to advise. That person has the capacity to understand user needs. Several years ago, when I had a chance to work in procurement as a procurement officer, one day the IT department gave us a requisition to buy a cyber room. You know, you're shocked what I'm saying.
Yes.
Do you know what a cyber room is?
No, I have no idea.
I know cyber.
You have no idea what a cyber room is.
No, I don't.
Yes, so as a procurement officer, I had to research and ensure that the specs that I get to communicate to the bidders for them to bid would make sense. That I'm saying again in the interest of just underscoring the criticality of the profession. In other words, the procurement professional is the midwife between the user requirements and the product that they eventually get. And that product, when they get it, must be in the right quality, must be in the right quantity, must be at the right cost. Otherwise, we suffer from issues of lack of value for money. And must meet the user expectations.
Am I to understand that you're saying that those who claim to be human resource professionals are procurement officers?
Not at all. I think, first of all, we there is a big segregation. Human resource professionals.
But they procure, don't they?
No, they shouldn't.
When they employ,
yes,
or they seek to find individuals with qualifications that fit certain requirements, are they not procuring?
I think it is good to distinguish two things. First of all, when you're talking about public procurement, for instance, the measure is on utilization of public resources.
Okay.
And the parameters and the scope of procurement is defined, whether it is on goods, works, or services, whether you're doing it through acquisition, you're doing it through leasing, you're doing it through hire purchase, and etc. And that is defined within the domain of public procurement, and that's the Disposal Act 2015. The HR functions, on the other hand, which is regulated by the Institute of Human Resource Management, also operates within the corporate guidelines, and their instruments on acquisition of human capital is separate from procurement processes. So there's a very clear distinction of what HR professionals does when it comes to acquisition of human capital, and what procurement professionals do when it comes to acquisition of goods, works, and services. Yes.
Something that is rarely mentioned is how much professionals in that space should earn. Because you'll hear, like, for example, Actors Guild will say, if you're going to employ someone to probably do a voiceover for you, for example, a 30-minute advertisement on radio, charge them 15,000, or rather pay them 15,000. If it's a TVC, charge them 35,000. If it's a billboard, this is how much. Do we have such guidelines within KISM?
Now I get what you mean. I think the issues of what to charge for services is a matter that is a very critical issue to reflect on, because public procurement has been prone to accusations of inflation of prices, or variation of prices, or lack of value for money sometimes in procurement processes. So for instance, you go to entity X, you find a laptop is bought at this amount, and you go to entity Y, a different amount. So to try and standardize this process, the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority has developed a framework on market price index, on common user items, so that all the items that are common user in nature, there is a basis of uniformity when it comes to the prices, because value for money is one of the tenets that our laws really amplify, including the Constitution and Articles 201 and Article 227 of the Constitution. So what that means is that continuous research must be done by the regulatory institutions, so that then they keep a database of prices for items that are then available,
right,
when you want to benchmark on the prices to pay. But also fundamentally, procurement professionals under the law are expected to undertake market surveys before any award is done. For instance, if you're buying stationery and you know that the price of a pen in supermarket X is this much, in shop X is this much, I expect my procurement officer, when he is presenting a professional opinion to me to award a contract to Muga for supply of stationery, to give me a market survey. That way we are entrenching value for money in our procurements. So that is what I would encourage, and I think it is something that we have seen many procurement officers are embracing. Of course, I know our regulator, Public Procurement Regulatory Authority, is also working very hard to update the market price index, so that there is uniformity when it comes to pricing of goods and services.
In terms of remuneration for the professional,
in terms of remuneration for the professionals, issues of remuneration for professionals are all undertaken through the Salaries and Remuneration Commission.
Okay.
That is a statutory commission that is responsible for matters of remuneration. Of course, every entity is expected to process their HR instruments through the Public Service Commission.
All right.
But important for me to mention here is that for a long time, procurement professionals have been paid very low salaries. And for the first time, we are happy this year to have received a lot of support from the government through the National Treasury. The PS, Public Investment and Assets Management, Cyril Odede, has already constituted a task force where KISIM sits to review the scheme of service for procurement and supply chain professionals. Because if we don't pay them competitively, to elevate them to the level of other professionals, then that is not fair, looking at the tenets of equity and fairness and our constitution. But also then that exposes procurement professionals to other temptations, and we're happy that progress is being made.
Do they have their own unions to champion for their own rights?
Thank you very much. So that's why I said KISIM is a very unique institution.
Okay,
it's
you
the
also
regulator. It's the regulator. It's the regulator for all professionals practicing in the space of public procurement, and also the public and the private sector. So we're the national professional body. So there is no union per se, but members are free if they want to form unions. They can be able to do so. But as it stands now, the national professional body for procurement professionals is KISIM.
The biggest entity where procurement is practiced, some argue, is the government.
Definitely, yes.
Are there aspects of procurement within government where the professionals and their knowledge and their input is not taken seriously or is not listened to? Are there areas where they're actually not even allowed to participate?
Thank you very much. I think Muga, I would respond on what the law provides.
Yes.
I think the role of procurement professionals in procurement processes are clearly defined, and the critical one is under sections 80 to 84 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, which is then summarized in a professional opinion. So there's no procurement process that can be undertaken without a professional opinion done by a duly registered and licensed procurement professional. So the law allows the accounting officers to review those professional opinions, and those professional opinions may be taken or may not be taken with reasons and justifications. So I would want to respond to your question on the import of it, that our laws already solidifies the position of procurement professionals. As to whether our opinions are taken, that may be looked at on a case-by-case basis. That's what I would want to say on that issue.
Can I? Oh.
No, Paul, go ahead.
I want to read a few comments here. Wafula Tim Kola amesema, I want to surprise you, Muga, but Muga is not getting surprised from his sleep. Huh? Anyway, Beryl Ogalo amesema, good morning Team RG, thank you for tagging along our CEO to spray wisdom around our professionalism. Lona Magagula, I hope I've said that correctly. This is an important discussion. The mandate of KISM has been clearly unpacked by the CEO. I'm joining from Eswatini, also known as Swaziland. Alafu amesema huyu Ogalo amesema, Mr. CEO, please waive the member registration fees pending for young professionals who registered, however, haven't renewed their membership to enable us apply for licensing.
Thank you.
Yeah. Then Lilian amesema he knows his staff. Gosh na makeup fire po. Then we have Liz Mbidi saying, well explained, Bwana CEO. People underestimate the role of procurement. Procurement is not just about buying stuff. But getting back to what Beryl has said, anasema please waive the member registration fees. How much is the fees?
Thank you very much. I would start with the last limb of her comments on the issue of the youth. I think we at KISM are very deliberate when it comes to supporting the youth in terms of mentorship programs. Last year we operationalized, and I think we are the first professional body to operationalize a graduate trainee program where we want to track young procurement professionals from the moment they leave universities to the moment we do industry linkages for them. We have also been able to negotiate a cooperation agreement with UNICAF for discounted scholarships in Europe for up to 80%. And as I talked to you, we just started 3 weeks ago. Now we have 3 of our members who have been admitted in universities in Europe to take advantage of that. So we are also working with the students associations in the universities. We run mentorship programs. Our chairperson of the council, CPSP Jennifer Serindi, recently engaged over 800 students in Tharaka Nithi University as part of our deliberate ventures in bringing into the fold young supply chain professionals. A year ago, I had a similar engagement with university students in Masinde Mulira University. And we have a very deliberate mechanism of supporting supply chain professionals who are still in learning institutions. And we'll continue to do that. We also encourage them post-graduation to join our college, the Kenya College of Supply Chain Management. Just like accountants started KCA University today many years ago, 39 years ago, we also started the Kenya College of Supply Chain Management just 2 years ago. We have had 230 students who have already gone through that college. We want to encourage young graduates when they leave universities to pursue their supply chain certification and training programs through our college. But back to your question, on the registration and licensing fee, we pay a total of 10,000. And that is the standard rate across board. I think it is important that we sustain that so that there is obligation for professionals, and so that they can also be able to feel some sense of patriotism in a communal sense when it comes to belonging to a community of professionals under KISM. The affordability issues notwithstanding, we still encourage young professionals to approach us on a case-by-case basis. But I think with the graduate trainee programs that we are offering, they can be able to get support and be paid in those kind of opportunities so that they can be able then to pay for their licensing and registration requirements. Yes.
They don't have, you don't have an installment program?
No, we
lipa pole pole. Sha iko na lipa pole pole.
Muga.
Yes, sir.
It's a good proposal to consider.
Yes.
But I think the culture that we want to also entrench is that professionalism comes with responsibility. And responsibility has a stake in it. When you're paid for something, you have a stake in it.
Yes.
And we really appreciate our members. The members of KISM are very active. Day and night, they're sharing feedback with us. And we, as the management at KISM, we have taken a learning tone every other time they share with us feedback, we take note in the interest of continuous improvement. So the installment recommendation is a good recommendation, but we also want to create a deadline when it comes to when a member must be in good standing. We have seen a gap, because we are also talking about gaps. We have seen a gap in our law. Today, our law says that you need to renew your membership annually, but it does not define when that annually ends. So we have a calendar that is running from January to December. So you'll find some of our members are renewing their membership in November. So we are trying to amend our laws to strengthen it, so that we ensure that by end of January every year, we have all our members registered and they have renewed their licenses. This is what the accountants are doing, this is what the lawyers are doing, and this is what the engineers are doing. So the installment payment therefore may be a challenge if we create a cut of Muga, but we are happy as a responsible professional body to support our members to be in good standing.
Are you saying that every year I have to pay 10,000 or the 10,000 is a one-off fee?
Yes. You have to pay 10,000 on an annual basis to renew your license. And that happens in all professional bodies.
Because I thought it's maybe 10,000 ile sasa kuja karibu sasa, now membership number 10,000, then now from there maybe it's 1,000 annually or 2,000.
No, I need to clarify that. We have sought a legal opinion from the state law office in an endeavor to try and support our members, because they have raised concerns about paying registration fees on an annual basis. So the keyword that we want to present, even in the proposed amendments to the Supplies Practitioners Management Act, is to have a one-off registration fee and annual renewal of licenses, so that then we can be able to make it a bit easy for our membership.
All right.
Yes.
Because I was thinking, like even a license, if you renew yours in November, it's renewable next year in November. If you renew it in March, it's until next year March.
No, but it would not be right to do so.
Yeah.
Because you should not be participating in procurement processes if you are not duly registered and licensed. So if you have operated, say, from January to November without a license, it means the validity and credibility and relevance of the proceedings that you have undertaken as a procurement professional are questionable. And that is what we are encouraging the accounting officers to focus on. Because if you allow people to work who are not duly registered and licenses, and you as an accounting officer, you are awarding tenders based on their professional opinions, you are exposing yourself. And the Office of the Auditor General, Public Procurement Regulatory Authority, is working very closely with us when it comes to review of procurement proceedings in public entities. And we don't want accounting officers to be found not to be complying with the law on that issue.
Different disciplines have ways of categorizing not just memberships, but should we say the efficacy of the members. What do I mean by this? We hear among the legal fraternity they have senior.
Yeah.
Whatever they're called. What are they called?
Yeah, senior counsel.
Senior counsel.
Yes.
Oh, you mean the lawyers?
Yes. Our learned friends. Those fellows, yes. Among the accountants, you have something called CPA.
Yes. FCPS.
See?
Yes.
I was close. I just missed the F.
Just like CS Mbadi's FCPA.
Yes. And they will let you know that I am so and so
FCPA.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Does your body have the equivalent of an FCPA?
Thank you very much. Yes, KISIM has fellows of the Institute. We operated for a long time, and part of our reforms, which we are very, very grateful, that the KISIM Council managed eventually to pass a fellowship policy. Last year, we conferred 18 fellows of the Institute. And we are very proud that one of the fellows of the institute is the head of public service of the Republic of Kenya.
Oh.
Yes. And that is a very, very important status for us, because the fellows play the role of mentorship. They play the role of helping us to build professional harmony. They play the role of mediation and conciliation whenever we have issues or challenges. And they also become our brand ambassadors. The Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service is a procurement professional, duly registered by KISM. And we had the honor last year of conferring on him the Fellow of the Kenya Institute of Supplies Management, among other 17 fellows.
Head of the Public Service.
Yes.
That's the institution that determines how the government employs people.
No, not at all. Not at all.
But that's a Public Service Commission.
No.
I think our brother here has understood where I'm going with this.
Okay.
It was a light moment.
I know. I don't want to go there. But the import of that communication is also the inspiration that young professionals or procurement professionals can be able to draw. Muga, for a long time, procurement has been seen as an operational discipline, whereby when you're a procurement officer, you don't imagine that you can rise to higher levels of leadership. And our head of public service is a source of inspiration to many of us young professionals. And I wanted to utilize this platform to just let our members know that regardless of what you're doing, whether you're a stores clerk or a logistics officer or a clerical officer in supply chain function, you can still be able to rise to higher levels of leadership and position. And we have many examples of our members who have served before us. Our former chairman, John Karani, for instance, used to be the head of supply chain in Coca-Cola. Today is the Secretary General of the Association of Supply Chain Professionals in Africa. So those are some role models that we can be able to communicate to young professionals, so that they don't just take positions and keep there. They have to continue dreaming and dreaming big and taking competencies, being active in their professional body, KISM, so that they can also be able to explore the available opportunities in continuous professional development. Last year alone, we were able to train over 8,200 professionals. And we have curated new frontiers and new programs. For example, health supply chain and technology conference. So for young professionals, especially in this era of artificial intelligence, blockchain technologies, Internet of Things, we want to encourage them to take advantage of these new programs that we're putting forward, so that they become supply chain professionals that are not traditional, but professionals that are competitive, that can be able to work anywhere in the world. Uniquely, before I finish, so that I don't forget, is that at KISM, we have seen a very unique opportunity in the continent of Africa. Many African countries are today coming to KISM to benchmark with us when it comes to professionalization issues. I'm happy that you just read a comment from someone from Eswatini. It tells you that the Institute has elevated its position to be a continental agenda. Recently, we in collaboration with the county government of Kilifi, we have been able to acquire a parcel of land in Kilifi to build the Pan-African Center of Supply Chain Excellence. Why are we doing this? We have seen a gap in the continent of Africa when it comes to professionalization of procurement. A procurement professional trained in Kenya should be able to work in Ghana, should be able to work in South Africa. But what is lacking, which is a gap and which we are now persuading the government through apparent ministry, the National Treasury, is for Kenya to spearhead a continental conversation on a homogeneous legal framework that would then be able to facilitate equation of qualifications in the space of procurement, so that a procurement professional trained in Kenya can also work in other parts of the world.
The thing that I wanted to speak of, even as we come to the end of our show,
yes,
the role of warehousing in logistics when you speak of procurement.
Thank you. Warehousing and logistics is a very unique space, but you know, supply chain is a pipeline, Muga.
Mm-hmm.
It takes care of inputs and final products. So from the moment you're sourcing, from the moment you're converting products or raw materials, you move them through logistics. Acquisitions, you do them through clearing and forwarding. So if you remember, Muga, because I know you have been around for so long,
that is
you know
correct.
that even this profession that we call procurement today, in the old days, it was not called as such.
Called supply.
It was called supply, supply clerks. Today, it is called supply chain.
Yes.
It is called supply chain because it encompasses issues of logistics, distribution, warehousing, inventory management, disposal, all those things together. So where we stand now, if you look at the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, it has covered very well the issues of inventory management, which you are talking about. Mm-hmm. But the issues of logistics, transport, clearing and forwarding, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act is not very prominent on that. And one of the legal amendments that we are going to propose moving forward is that we need to look at supply chain in the totality of it. Because if you look at the course content in the universities and how they train, you'll realize that they train supply chain from the totality of it. So when it comes to industry application, we also need to look at it from the totality of it. And that's why we are going to recommend that we pass an amendment to the laws to bring on board all facets of supply chain into one legal instrument.
It makes sense,
for proper governance.
Especially when you look at what we refer to as the Africa Free Trade Area.
Yes.
The institute that you head,
yes,
and those who are in that profession,
yes,
will play a very critical role in this particular process.
Very, very, very true. And that's why if you look at the African Free Continental Free Trade Area, we are very conscious of it. And that's why we are now shifting the conversation to the Pan-African agenda.
Yes.
I just mentioned to you that we have a vision of building the Pan-African supply chain excellence in Kilifi County. Governor Mung'ala is already supporting us, and we are very, very grateful. We are looking for more partners who can come on board to help us realize this dream for the country. That will also enable procurement professionals, as I said earlier, to work anywhere. I know the leadership of the continent is very deliberate on this agenda, and we as supply chain professionals, we will be happy to support and be part of that conversation.
Now, we've come to the end, but there's a question here. If you can just give us some 30 seconds and answer it. Barmao Alfred Chiriyeto amesema, how would KISM support and ensure enforcement EGP in public procurement? EGP ni nini?
Thank you very much for asking that question. EGP is the electronic government procurement system. Yeah, my brother, we have been suffering from the manual systems. Procurement professionals 2 years ago made a resolution that they wanted electronic government procurement system. We are very, very grateful that the government has made it a policy position. This system will enable us save close to 50 to 85 billion annually on full digitization. It will facilitate not only issues of transparency and accountability, it will also facilitate visibility, tractability, and openness in procurement systems. So as it stands now, we at KISIM, we support this agenda, and we know that a total of about 1,495 public entities have already registered under EGP. We know that about 661 public entities have published their annual procurement plans in the EGP.
Yes. And
we also know that a total of 2,518 contracts have been published in the EGP.
Okay.
There are many challenges around it, and we, in collaboration with our parent ministry, the National Treasury, and the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority, we are working together in a concerted effort to pick feedback from our members, which we relay to the National Treasury for continuous improvement of the system. And we are very, very grateful that whenever we share feedback with the State Department for Public Investment and Asset Management, we are seeing action being taken.
All right.
We have also created a center, a technical support center at KISIM Towers, which operates on a day-to-day basis. We encourage professionals and entities who have challenges to reach out to us at KISIM Towers on the 4th floor so that they can be supported. Right. We have also been able to train over 100 TOTs to support in the successful rollout of the EGP system.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Matiba, thank you so much.
Thank
Clearly,
you
there's so much to discuss around procurement and supply chain.
Thank you very much.
But asante sana.
Thank you.
We shall definitely continue the conversation.
Thank you very much for having me.
Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The trial of controversial preacher Paul Mackenzie and his 7 co-accused, charged with masterminding the deaths of 52 people at Kwabenzaro, resumed before Mombasa High Court. Senior Sergeant Livingstone Lehanda, the third prosecution witness, detailed how he documented the crime scene, including the exhumation process and collection of exhibits. He told the court that 52 bodies, mostly skeletal, remains and body parts were recovered from homesteads within Kwabenzaro. A Nakuru court has ordered a KDF officer accused of killing his wife to be taken to Mathare Hospital after psychiatric assessment found him unfit to stand trial. Edwin Muthoni Kaunga had appeared before the court for plea taking in the murder case of his wife, 29-year-old Anita Mugweru. The matter is scheduled for mention on June 4th to review his condition.
Hereby referred to Mathare Mental Hospital for treatment. Mention on 4th of June to confirm accused status and compliance in regard to release of the above item.
A new petition in Parliament has revived the debate on how money from Savo East and Savo West National Parks is shared, with Taita Taveta County pushing for locals to benefit directly. Governor Andrew Mwadime told the National Assembly Committee that the county wants part of Savo reclassified as a national reserve, saying the current system has for years denied residents any clear share of revenue despite hosting a large portion of the parks.
But we feel it's not enough. You know, they will do when they feel. Why should we have an agreement whereby, like the Masai Mara, them they don't need to go to KWS to tell them do this or that or that. They should just know that some portion of the money should come to Taita Taveta County, or we can use another method. If it goes to a member of parliament, it doesn't matter, so long as it goes to the relevant stakeholders, counties which are the neighbor the park.
Residents of Entanashat village in Kajiado West say they are living in fear due to repeated incidents of soldiers conducting training in the area, firing live bullets, leaving some people injured. They also claim the stray bullets have damaged their homes, warning that unless action is taken, a major tragedy could occur.
Kasikia risasi inapiga hapa. Sasa kuangalia ngapata nyumba imetopolewa. Sasa kutafuta hapo jini nikapata risasi. Hii sinakuwa tuna marisasi mingi, lakini hapa na hapa kwangu marisasi ni mingi sana. Chuo wakati ukitembea hata kufagia hapa nje unaikota mingi.
We are pleading and we are asking family that we cannot live in our houses with fear.
Na hawa wanajeshi ukiongea na wao bado hawajatilia manane ama mikazo kujaribu kuzuia hizo risasi ziache kutoka katika shooting range zao.
Mali's president has said the situation in the country is under control following what authorities have described as an attempted coup. Goita said the country's security forces are carrying out intelligence operations to weed out the perpetrators. The military leader's remarks come after rebels launched coordinated attacks on Saturday, during which the country's defense minister Kamara was killed. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Kavicha, Kvaratskhelia and Ousmane Dembele both scored twice as Paris Saint-Germain edged Bayern Munich 5-4 in a thrilling Champions League semi-final first leg. The match featured a frantic first half with 5 goals and continued at a high intensity after the break, including VAR interventions. PSG, the defending champions, at one stage led by 3 goals before Bayern fought back in the 9-goal contest. Players at the World Cup could face a red card if they cover their mouths when speaking to opponents during confrontations. The decision was taken during a special meeting of the International Football Association Board in Vancouver, Canada on Tuesday, where 2 FIFA-proposed law amendments were approved. Players who leave the pitch in protest at a referee's decision could also now face a red card, following ugly scenes at the Africa Cup of Nations final between Morocco and Senegal. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. My name is Mung'ala, Mbuvi, the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, 89.5 in Garissa. 10,000 shillings, bana watu wa procurement muko na pesa? That is the amount of money you pay yearly. 10,000. Hiyo ni pesa mingi sana. Someone is saying, this is my joke, the registration fee is punitive. It's turning the profession into an elite club. Where? 10,000. I think even for PR professionals is about 5k if I'm not wrong. So if you're in PR, I think you guys are usually charged some 5,000 thereabouts. Hey, 10,000 means in our say 10, but yearly, yani kila January 10k. So on top of school fees. Hiyo lazima tuuliza maswali. Perhaps a conversation to have at a different time. Yep, young upcoming procurement something. When you organize those workshops, you should consider as how can you arrange a workshop, and the entry fee is 70,000. Which workshop is this one, my friend? Grace Maroro amesema, good one team RG, we need more of this to sensitize our professionals. All right, good stuff. But it looks like you guys are okay with this one, so kama muko na hiyo 10,000, why not? Mr. Omondi amesema hapa hivi, Aswan Omondi from Kikuyu, good morning team RG. Kenyan politics is personality based and not ideology based. Yeah, there's that conversation that has been going on for a very long time, and I think it's time politicians also just become honest, but most importantly, Kenyans themselves need to be more honest as far as that is concerned, because at the end of the day, politicians won't tell you anything that you do not want to hear. So if you let them know that hawafai kukwambia hizo vitu, then hawatakwambia, and that is the honest truth. So at the end of the day, the reason why the politician is coming to you and telling you what they're telling you is because of that. But I also remember something that Fanyamambo said here on Monday. Fanyamambo alisema hivi, was it Monday or Tuesday? But this is what Fanyamambo said. Fanyamambo said that it's very difficult to have policy conversations when you're at a rally. Watu wanataka kusikia one term, two term, watu wanataka kusikia kasongo this, kasongo that. Watu wanataka kusikia ati tutateremsha sijui bei ya unga kutoka this much, and this is how we're going to do it. Kenyans want to hear you say mtu wa soprano. They want to hear you say vitu kama watermelon.
Actually, I disagree with the Mheshimiwa for a very simple reason. People who are good in one particular field or experts in a field have a tendency of thinking they're experts in other fields that they're actually not that qualified to be expert in. If you talk to a communication expert,
yes,
they can craft communications around policy
that
can fit a rally. Believe me. And the chanting that you have, you can chant policy. It's an abbreviated form, but you can chant it. You see, you are thinking of a PowerPoint presentation in a rally. PowerPoint presentation can't work in a rally. In fact, even in a gathering and the office of PowerPoint sometimes inachokesha kichwa. How do you communicate a message? Because if you're talking policy, you're talking message. You're talking about an issue. How do you communicate it so that people understand?
But you see, these same people that you want to communicate to CT, they come with vuvuzelas and they come with horns and stuff.
That is fine. That is fine. Why do you think there are people who sing at rallies? So they're passing on a message. All those songs may seem irrelevant. Oh, they're not irrelevant.
Yeah.
They're very relevant. That's why people chime and chant. I'm simply saying you need to understand the mode of communication for a certain audience and a certain place and a certain area. That's really it. You want to say this. How do you say it here? How do you say it to this group of people?
That is why when people go to, when politicians rather go to their ushagos, that is the time they will communicate something that is germane to the people at that particular point. For example, yesterday, Jalango walikuanga na president hizo side za Langata huko Kibra. Nakumbuka kitu moja walisema, Jalango aliambia Mheshimiwa Rais, akamwambia sijui kuna shule hapa, sijui wako karibu na sijui maji, sijui wanahitaji kitu fulani. I really can't remember everything that he said, but I remember he mentioned something. And then the president perhaps responded, because I didn't see the entire news story. But everything else the president said is, wanatutusi, hakuna kitu ya maana wanasema, hawatupatii sera, hawauzi nini, hawasemi na. Those are the things, unfortunately, a crowd will listen to, because the way they are shouting back at you or they are cheering you on, either telling you one term or two term, it's just one of those situations. It's like there are some things you can't say while you're in bed, City, but you can say them when you're in the sitting room.
When you make a speech as a politician, you understand what it is you want to achieve. And you know where you are. When a politician comes to this studio, the way they will speak is very different from the way they will speak in a rally.
Exactly.
Now, none of those modes of communication are cast in concrete. None. What the crowd expects is what the crowd has been tuned and has been programmed to expect over time. Because that has actually been the hallmark of our politicking. There are times I know in rallies where people discussed issues. I know. They didn't sort of like give a long lecture on what is happening. No, but they said, we have this problem. It's a rally. And how are we going to do about it? Then the chanting begins, we'll do this. But he's spoken about the problem. Okay? How do we solve this problem? We will do this. It is short. Even the solution provided may not necessarily be able to be worked out through shouting. But the issue has been presented. Look, why the public doesn't expect much from the rhetoric they hear from politicians. Not really. The believability factor is fairly dimmed when it comes to what politicians say and what the public expects. So you want to ask the question, if what I'm saying is true, then why do you see large crowds when politicians are speaking?
For the I wanted to say rave, but actually, let me call it rave. For the rave.
It's the entertainment factor.
Nataka kuona mheshimiwa, nataka kuona babu akisema tibi. Nataka kuona Sifuna akisema sisi ndio Sifuna. Sasa Sifuna akifika pale anza kusema sasa makazi sijui 10%, sijui youth unemployment.
Hiyo ni speech ya Labor Day.
How many of those youths do you think will be there? Amesema 10% of youth employed at it?
Actually, you can. The point I'm trying to tell you, Paul, even that conversation can be had at a rally.
When I look at folks like Obama, let me compare them with them, our Kenyans to the likes of the Americans. Even when President Obama was a president, he would go to a town hall. So he would choose a location and he would go to maybe a school in that area or a gymnasium, and people would sit down. No vuvuzelaing, no shouting, no t-shirts written yes we can.
Hiyo ni town hall.
Ndio hiyo. Wanafika pale wanaketi. Huyu ni president, anakuja naambia okay, anapatiana ka scorecard kake ka aina fulani. So this is where we were as far as trade is concerned, this is where I have brought it, and this is where we are going. Anawaambia kitu kingine, okay, healthcare, this is where we were, then Obamacare, this is what I expect. So, and he would do that for an hour, two, sometimes even. Then he would move to another location on a different date and do something similar. So he would articulate issues, not on a roadside somewhere. Not when he's coming from a funeral, then he mounts on top of a vehicle. No, they would agree that the president would give a public lecture at the University of California in Los Angeles. He's going to be talking about ABCD, and the president comes and he appears and he delivers, and the people are seated. It doesn't have to be 1,000 people. It doesn't have to be 200,000 people. No one is ferried from a location and they brought there. They're just told, look, president anakuja kuarticulate, and then there would be question and answers. Sessions rather, where someone would ask Mr. President, and they would be carefully selected in advance. Si ile tu kuna swali, no. Watu 10 wanawekwa pale. Mtu wa kwanza anaanza swali lake, Mr. President, what are you doing about youth living with disabilities? And then someone else, Mr. President, school system in this and this, and then another one. 10 of you ask your questions, president answers, and he leaves. Hii historia kusimama kando ya barabara, tumetoka mazishi Olkalau, then for 20 minutes throw insults to the opponent, hiyo sio ni kitusaidia.
Unajua nini, Paul? The point you make is a valid one, but I was making an equally valid point when I was saying that communication simply is a two-way process. And oftentimes it is based on expectations, and that expectation is based on the knowledge that you have.
Yes.
So just like crowds who come for political rallies have more or less been conditioned to expect certain things. Okay, let me give you a case in point. Case in point was this rally that Linda Wananchi had in Kisumu. They were moving from one place and hoping to go to a central open field where they can have their rally. Okay? But they also wanted to find a place where they could have prayers. Now, what is in the public domain is that there were groups who had been positioned and they had been spoken to, they had been corralled to prevent these individuals from holding a prayer before they start the meeting or for even getting to the venue. There were even scuffles and fights, and people even got injured. Okay? It's not in the public domain. But those who went around talking about how they must prevent these fellows from even reaching the venue, they were people who clearly had an agenda. Okay? But the net result was this. Remember me telling you that this industry we refer to as goonism.
Yes.
Okay? If you look at it without just labeling, what do these young men, predominantly young men and women, do? Many of them position themselves as people who can provide security. Security against whom? Usually the security is against other groupings like themselves. So it is not a homogeneous industry. No. And they don't listen to one voice. And if it's payment, it's the paymaster is not necessarily one. Okay? There'll be people they will be aligned to. That particular place called Kisumu has had this particular anatomy that I'm speaking to for a very long time.
Yes.
Go back as far back as Mayor Oile and Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga had his lot, Oile had his lot. That situation pertains even now. There are people who, it is argued, are pro-government. They argue there are those who are, should we say, security forces who will provide security to whoever seeks that particular service.
Yes.
Okay? So there was a clash. But what the narrative of prevention or preventing this group from having the rally did, it probably informed more people than would have known about it if they had not done that. So the crowd there was something else. But it was peaceful. The rally itself was peaceful. There was no problem. So there are those who argued, and this is a discussion.
Yes.
The people spoke. The people said they wanted to listen to the rally. So the naysayers, or those who wanted to prevent the people to attend the rally, did not quite achieve whatever it is they had sought to do. There's also the other question, did they really try that hard? There's also talk of money having been spent for these things to happen. You see, that is part of our political culture, and it's something that has made it the growth industry because it is fed. It is given ammunition. When politics happen, this is what you want to do. There are people who position themselves as those who will prevent certain things from happening. There are those who position themselves as they'll do something else. That is the story of what I would refer to as political thuggery. Okay? And there are people, and others, predominantly politicians, who further this particular industry. Now, when the crowd is there and they are speaking, there was a guy who came and gave Babu Wino something. He said, "Oh, I have something to give." Clearly, it was choreographed. There was no question of it not being choreographed. So, Babu Wino, it was choreographed. That whole crowd,
right?
For you to come right through to the very top, and you've got something you want to give Babu Wino. That thing was planned. Okay, and that is Babu Wino's town. He grew up there. So, if it's a question of does he know these people in this industry? Yes, he does. Oh, he does very, very well. Because the politics that we speak of thrives because of such individuals. Okay. Now, I can't remember what specifically was said at that rally. Can you?
No.
But people went. The crowd was big. Things were said. And others were said. Individuals spoke. And there were quite a number of people who spoke. And they were cheered on. So now, the rally ended on Sunday. Come Monday, what would you say was the achievement of that particular rally?
Crowds.
Precisely.
They could pull a crowd.
Yes. Beyond that, what can you say? What else can you say?
There was peace. There were no goons.
Yes. Was there any policy issue discussed?
I'll be honest, I didn't watch that thing. So I wouldn't say that I remember or I didn't remember.
And I don't think that you missed anything. Rallies normally are there to display might.
And that's the thing.
So you're communicating that we have a following.
We have the numbers.
We have the numbers. My question is, do you?
You know, me, I am all for rallies by the way. I'm not saying that we don't do rallies because at the end of the day, it's our culture. We want to see caravans. Actually, those people are employed in those. I've actually been in a political caravan before when the late Kamodho was vying huko kwao ni Odhaya. Madhioya, sorry.
It's Murang'a.
Lakini uko Madhioya. Si alikuanga MP wa Madhioya.
Yes, I'm just telling you.
Mimi nimepanda lori nikapigia mheshimiwa Kamodho makelele sana huko. Of course I was being paid. I wasn't doing it for free. When I was in campus.
I am glad that I'm in the studio with a goon. Go on.
No. I was very tiny.
No, it's all right. Who says you have to be big to be a goon?
Bro, nilikuwa nimekonda, nilikuwa kijiti.
So what?
If I show you the picture, and then I used to dance on those caravans,
Kuna vijiti ambao ni goon. Baba endelea na story bwana, tafadhali.
Kazi yangu ilikuwa kushika microphone, kuchekesha crowd before mheshimiwa aongee. And actually now that I've remembered this one time, instead of saying Kamodho, I said Kalonzo. And they were on opposite sides of the divide. Bro, Kamodho aliniangalia vibaya.
Ulilipwa?
Niliambiwa nimetumwa.
Sasa mazi ulilipwa?
Nililipwa. I was being paid 20,000 per day, my friend. That was good money back in the day. But what the point I'm trying to pass across here is that I am all for rallies. people need to go with vuvuzelas and make noise. It is our culture to also show support for the leaders that we love.
Yes, it is.
But now, when we come down to business at the end of the day, I would like to see Mheshimiwa Kalonzo, for example, going to a town hall, and other than saying things about the government, say what he will do if we elect him as president.
Yes.
The same for Matiang'i and the rest.
Atuambie what he as Kalonzo stands for.
Right. I would like to see the opposition visit places like what's the name of this place? Malikuna Manufacturing. Yeah. Waende waongee na KAM. Wanaitanga Kenya Association of Manufacturers. We'll have a meeting, wakunywe chai, whether they do it at Serena or they do it at Argyle Hotel on Mombasa Road.
KAM wako na ofisi zao, brother.
Waende kwa ofisi yao pia, I'm sure they have a conference room.
They do.
Wakunywe chai huko pia.
Yes.
Wakishamaliza waseme, okay guys, so I have understood, I have met you, we've talked, I know your problems, this is what I propose. Aekele kwa meza, alafu pia wamwambie this is how we shall support you, or this is how we expect you to help us. And he does the rest, that with the universities. Kuna UASU, aketi na UASU. Kuna watu wa student leaders, aketi na student leaders. Iyo wafanye pia ya maana sana. Apart from me ya kuenda kwa market after market after market, calling one person akona masikio zinakaa hivi, another one saying mwingine akona tumbo kubwa. That is all good for entertainment. It's all good for cartoons on the newspaper. It is all good for bloggers who will write amazing stories and we shall laugh and watch it on YouTube. But beyond that, how have we helped the common mwananchi? Me, that is my only issue with rallies. Or the kind of display we are currently seeing, which doesn't amount to anything. Wacha linda mwananchi waende Kisumu, wacha watu wa dance, wengine wapande huko juu ya electricity poles. It is all fantastic. But once all is said and done, why should we vote for you other than the fact that you hate the government? Or why should we vote for you other than the fact that you hate the opposition? Or the opposition has no agenda? I have
your point. You know, Paul. The media.
Garissa need a real goon. The real goon is speaking now, bro. Anyway.
You know, the media has been accused, rightfully so, in very many instances.
Yes.
Of agenda setting,
which unfortunately is part of our role.
It is. And how it is we do this is in the prominence we give certain conversations, and the prominence we give certain individuals who are associated with certain conversations. Again, it's part of our job. Okay? And when that happens, we are then accused of bias. That kuna watu wanapendelea, and you will be labeled. We have been labeled as government agents for a very long time. But that is when we have a conversation. And you're asking for basic logic and understanding of the situation.
Yes.
But people already predetermine what it is that you stand for if they hear you saying the things that you do.
Yes.
But again, that is our politics. Karibu.
Good morning, Daktari. Karibu sana.
Samani.
It is okay. Our guest for this hour has arrived. But in conclusion of that, City, what you have said, it is our role and our function as media to set the agenda. Unfortunately, wakati mwingine, we do not do what is supposed to be done. But that is a conversation that shall continue later on. Right now, though, we want to talk about peace, the gaps in oversight and credibility, and most importantly, the role of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission ahead of the 2027 elections. So with us is the CEO and also the Commission Secretary of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, Dr. Daniel Mutegi. Daktari, welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you very much, Bwana Mbuvi and
City
Muga.
Yes.
His name is so famous and so big.
You're right.
Yours too. And very much sorry for our viewers and our listeners for the delays.
They say
very much sorry.
They say better late than never.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll get down to business.
Thank you.
Because of time.
Thank you.
There has been a lot of talk of 2027, obviously, politically and otherwise. But of course, NCIC is germane to the conversation because nyinyi ndio mnatuambianga tuko wapi as far as the truth meter is concerned. Are we going to have peace in 2027?
We are making all the efforts, working with the different government agencies stakeholders and the Kenyans at large.
Yeah.
Because I normally keep saying that Kenyans are the biggest owners of everything. Whether it is peace, cohesion, integration, they're the ones who can tell Mbuvi or Muga or Mutegi that we need to be peaceful. No matter the positions we hold, the citizens have the final say. They say that the highest office in any land is not that of the president or that of the CEO.
Yes.
The highest office is that of the citizen.
True.
So the citizens are the ones that we are banking on to ensure that if you get any politician spreading hate speech wherever you are, you have the power to shut them down or shut them up. Or to walk away from their meeting.
Right.
So we are praying that 2027 will be peaceful. Some quarters have indicated that it could be violent, but we are doing all we can, and I'm happy that my commissioners are almost coming into office so that we can start to pacify the region. So we are doing our best. We are doing what we are calling pre-election cohesion and integration measures. Then we are doing the ones that we used during the voting of the elections. Then after the elections. Because we realize that in Kenya, violence normally erupts after the voting is done or when the counting has stopped. So we are saying that we have those three phases. We are doing what we're calling peace building or roadmap to 2027, which is very elaborate and with clear deliverables for each and every cycle or phase. So before the elections, during the elections, and after the elections.
Dr. Your commission has been accused of being very silent in the wake of all this hate speech and goonism that is taking over the country. What would you say about what exactly the commission is doing as far as integration is concerned and cohesion?
Thank you, Mbuvi. What I want to say is that as a commission, we were the first people to undertake a comprehensive study on the emergence of organized criminal gangs in our country in the year 2024. And we published that report in the year 2025. That report was picked up by the Minister for Interior when he appeared before the Parliament, both National Assembly and the Senate, to explain the alarming nature of goonism. And from there, we have shared that report with the different actors, and therefore, even this report has formed part of the Jukwaa Usalama forums that were done across the country, and we have been able to now work with a lot of NGOs and the civil society actors and the Ministry of Interior itself to be able to avert more chaotic scenes than would have happened. That's one. Number two, we have now tried to summon persons who have been involved in those goonism activities, and most of the cases we realize that they are politicians, and politicians have a way of evading even responsibility, because again somehow they are supported by the citizenry. So the citizens again go back to them and say, City Muga, we need to have these citizens know their praise is bigger than clapping their hands.
Dr. Let me ask you the role of NCIC. So let's say Mung'ala Mbuvi has been accused of hate speech and there's clearly evidence. So there's a video, for example, I was at a rally somewhere and I said, finish these people. What exactly is it that you can do to me, or what is it that you should do about it?
What we normally do is that we have to investigate, first of all, the comments, because some of the comments are not hate speech. Some of the comments are incitement. Some of them are dangerous speech. Some of them are misinformation or disinformation. We have to investigate and see to it that that crime of hate speech, is prosecuted under Article 13 or Section 13 of the National Cohesion Integration Act. Section 13 that defines what is hate speech. You are talking about denigrating or belittling or comparing regions and another region, treating misjudgment because of where you come from or gender or things like that, or on speech that is meant, of course, to injure because of your region or tribe. That will be hate speech. But now other statements are more of incitement. For example, you're saying choma wow, things like that. Yes. It might not be hate speech per se, it's incitement. And that's why we have gone back to Parliament to ask for the review of the NCI Act to allow it to broaden the expansion of the definitions of the crimes that bond on hate speech. They're not hate speech per se, but they are incitement, they are misinformation, disinformation, dangerous speech. For example, somebody would say that if I want development, there's one Linda who has been quoted in this country saying that if you want development, you must go and stay in some quarters so that you can get development. You know, that's dangerous speech. You know, it's not incitement per se. So all those things must be defined, and the Parliament has graciously accepted our NCI Act bill has moved to the third reading now. It has been there since 2014, but since I came, I think we have worked and we have moved it to the third reading. Hopefully we will be able to get powers also to prosecute or to arrest or to, you know, disbar some of these politicians from the vying if you are found to be an habitual hate speech monger, you know.
Dr. Hate speech is spoken of as though it is the worst possible infraction of the law that, say, a public figure can actually utter, but it is not, is it?
Yeah, it is not. The way the law is now.
Yes, because the law gives it a prominence. And yet, when somebody says choma wow, that person has demonstrated intent.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And yet, that person, in my opinion, is the person who has displayed criminality more than the other fellow who just speaks ill of some community. It becomes a problem when you now decide that beyond just saying hawa tusi wazuri, you go into details.
Anasema choma.
Now you see, that is a completely different discussion.
Yes.
Or you dehumanize this individual so that they either become a cockroach or an insect. Okay? Yes. So essentially what you're saying, you are presetting the mind to understand that any harm caused to that particular person cannot be to a human being because you've already dehumanized them. Okay? Now, that isn't hate speech. But it's deadlier
than hate speech. Yes.
Because the consequences we have seen every time we speak of genocide. It wasn't hate speech. But hate speech is a precursor. Now, so do I understand you to be saying that what is in Parliament and awaiting the third reading has taken such things into consideration?
Very well, City Muga. You are saying like a lawyer now. In 2008, when we were doing the NCIC Act, most of the hate speech was happening in rallies. And the people would say communities, these people write, remember some Linda saying
like an envelope.
You know, those statements. But now they have gone much higher, but the law has not evolved to capture the issues of incitement, the issues of misinformation, disinformation, and dangerous speech. Because what you have said about choma wow could be incitement to violence.
It's intent. I mean, somebody has actually demonstrated verbally what they would like to see happening. It's a serious threat.
So the law now, what is in Parliament, that reading captures all that. And we are hopeful that Parliament will give us that law before 2027 so that we can arrest all these things. Because in your question that we asked the movie, we should investigate. Then once we find enough grounds, we should now present a file to the DPP for prosecution. The DPP might agree with us and proceed to prosecute, or it may return it to us to maybe make more observations or more. So that time lost now is what we are saying. Let us be given power to even have our own prosecutors if the law can allow.
What do we do if Parliament doesn't pass that law? Because remember, that law targets them. The purveyors of what it is that we're referring as the ingredients of
hate speech,
the fine details of it, the people who are the off-takers,
the conduit.
Wow.
Yes. So the Parliament, we are praying that they pass it. If they don't pass it, we again go back to the citizenry. Aristotle, the founder of modern economy, saying that the highest office in the land is the office of the private citizen. me and you, though we are officers, we are bound by what the citizens want. If the citizens want something, there's no way it can fail. Because like the Gen Z, remember I'm the Gen Z and I'm happy I'm talking to radio generations. That really is about all the generations, I'm sure.
Yes.
In 2024, remember the Gen Z were able to make Parliament to recall the finance bill.
Yes.
Actually,
that power.
They made Parliament take off.
That power is the power that I'm banking on as the CEO of NCAC. That our citizens across the country, you are media, you are radio generations, and the conversations, I often watch you, the discussions you have,
thank you.
Can push.
But Dr. Mutegi, I am aware that agencies such as the one that you head do a great deal of work. There's a but here.
Yeah.
We have no knowledge of what it is that you do because you may come to the studio as you have now.
Yeah.
There may be a press conference. You may have a website.
Yeah.
How many people visit that website? How many people know about it?
Yeah.
Now, how do you ensure that the citizenry actually know? DCI, for instance, already have a website. I'm giving an example and tweets.
Yeah.
If you subscribe to it, you're always briefed. You're always told this is happening.
Yeah.
I'm saying this because I get those briefs. So I know. Imefanyika.
Yeah.
Maybe you have such a website and you have such prompts. Yes. But maybe I'm not aware. The general public would benefit enormously in knowing one, the areas, the red zones that you've been to, what you've done over time, what you have prevented. Before you came, we were talking about the Truth and Reconciliation.
TJRC?
Yes, that was required. That was put in place after 2008.
Yes.
I am of the opinion we did not conclude it.
I agree with you.
And so long as it was left hanging, there are very many issues that we could have dealt with and should have dealt with and we should deal with, which we haven't dealt with. Because the Curricular Commission found out many things and they made many suggestions. The Working Commission had their say also. Okay? So it's not that we haven't documented it.
We have documented it.
But doing something about it, even if it's piecemeal and saying, this is what was recommended, this is what we plan to do, so people know that something is being done. The public doesn't know what you do. Yes.
I beg to differ. Yes, we have not really published so much what we do because again of the internal challenges we have in, for example, communication also may require a lot of finances.
It does.
But we have now gone before Parliament and asked for more finances, and I'm happy that in the next financial year we have a better budget that will enable us to really communicate, and of course even revamp our website. We have a website that is not very active for now because we are restructuring it to make it more effective. But we have our own department of public education and outreach that is supposed to really educate the citizen on what we are doing. Also, our media team is now very active, trying to share and of course share the information that we have. But I can promise Kenyans from July or henceforth, going in the new financial year, we are going to see a new NCAC that is revamped, that is able to communicate, that is able to articulate and then engage citizenry and inform everybody. Now, there's a point you said about TJRC, which I wanted to support you. That one, the recommendations were not implemented. But two, the recommendations of the other three commissions, the TJRC, the WAKI report, the Krieger Commission, they were supposed to be implemented by, some of them, majority of them were supposed to be implemented by NCIC.
Yes.
As the fourth agenda 4 item.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm hoping that in the commissioners that are coming now, because yesterday they were finally vetted, is that we will be able to vouch for us to implement the recommendations of some of these commissions so that we heal the nation completely, so that we don't keep repeating. South Africa, for example, sorry, I don't know whether in media it's allowed to discuss another country. There's
okay.
xenophobic.
You can even discuss heaven and hell.
in South Africa.
Yes.
They are suffering from xenophobic attacks because of course the black empowerment, economic empowerment model that was supposed to be formed after the TJRC has not been implemented.
It was never implemented. Yes.
So we are saying even here, for Kenya to heal, we need to implement the recommendations of some of these commissions and the NCSC.
Actually, Dr. I'll commend some of the efforts that have been done, specifically since you took office. For example, we hosted together that podcast on intergenerational conversations.
Yes.
And it was supported by COICA, that is Korea International Cooperation Agency,
and
UNDP as well. But now we need more of those.
And we were only able to do 7 counties.
Yes.
We need now to go through the other 40 counties.
Yeah, we need to do more of those because just like my colleague is saying, we need to be in the faces of the people over and over, just like the way the police is in our faces every day, the DCI telling us of these crimes and these crimes, who has been arrested, taken away and all that. That is important for the citizens who perhaps would even think that NCSC is just a commission that exists somewhere that does absolutely nothing. But beyond that, Daktari, what is the future? If again, I'll go back to the question City asked. If Parliament doesn't, go ahead with the act, yes. What next? As much as you will come back to the citizens, we need to have something tangible that is even beyond the law, for example. How else can we transform this country?
Parliament, I pray that they will do that, but if they don't, again, we will not lose the focus. We will continue to champion as NCSC. Even the current act, of course, gives us some leeway to, of course, work in a multi-agency way to be able to arrest the root causes of hate speech and the lack of cohesion and the lack of peace. I must applaud the way we have started to work with the other agencies of government. For example, DCI. Remember that case of that lady in Garissa, who had made those remarks, and we were able to act in a swift move. Although people say that was a small fish, but we were also working to ensure even the bigger fish. The way we acted last Sunday, and we were able to, on Monday, the suspect was in court, and now remanded for 10 days as we continue with more investigations. We are saying if we can do that even for the other leaders, then we can be able to unrest. So I'm saying if we can do a multi-agency collaboration, which we have now initialized, and as a CEO I have done many meetings with the relevant agencies, DCI, the National Police Service, the Ministry of Interior, the DPP, and now we are in agreement that we have to act, whether the law is there or not. The law that we have now, we must act.
We work with that.
We work with that. Even as we wait for the next law to come. We have summoned the leaders who have not appeared, but we are waiting for our commissioners, because the law again is like IBC cannot do elections without commissioners. But once the commissioners come into office, we have prepared files of our 32 individuals. 32 who we should now take to court. Because they have failed to appear before the commission. So we are saying we must act within the law the way it is now, even as we wait to improve it. Number 2, we must educate Kenyans on the value of peace. If you go to other countries that are not peaceful, you will see how they are suffering. So we must educate Kenyans to understand the value of peace. Number 3, we must tell Kenyans that all of us matter. Our problems are not because of where we come from. Our problems are not because we are Meru, Mukamba, or the Kikuyu, or Kalenjin. No, our problems are corrective, and we can address them collectively.
Okay. In terms of support, do you have the necessary support as a commission to perform your duties, specifically coming from the government? Because in the past we've heard of issues to do with funding. Mko na pesa ya kufanya kazi?
Hatuna pesa ya kufanya kazi sababu iko changamoto kidogo ambazo mbunge na Ministry of Interior, because we normally work under Interior as a commission, but we are working also to ensure that we are somehow independent. We have the necessary support now going forward, because you have seen they have in record time appointed the commissioners, they have been vetted. Now we are waiting for the whole report to be presented to the House. Then the House will approve or reject, and then from there they are sworn in and they come into office. So by the very virtue that they have appointed the commissioners back very fast, then it means we have the support.
Yes.
And the very fact that the president and the government has clearly stated that we must be peaceful, we must be united. That's the message of NCIC. And therefore I know we'll be able to get the necessary support going forward.
You know, the perspective from which I speak is from one of knowledge of the very many achievements that can be attributed to the efforts of NCIC. There are many.
There are many, yes.
There are very, very many.
Yeah.
My point of departure with the successes has to do with communication.
Yes.
It's a perspective I never let go of, because when there isn't adequate information, it's like whatever you've done never happened. And so you lose the incumbency of example, or you lose the power that comes with the example. There's a time there were very many issues in northeastern, in the Marsabit area. That has had issues. So the Burjis are fighting with yes, exactly. And there are people behind it. Okay? The current governor's name came up on very, very many occasions. Right? Now, there were efforts that NCIC made in talking to communal leaders, clan leaders. Over time.
Yes.
I know of this because we've had conversations with NCIC in the past, and I follow what you do.
Thank you.
So I know.
Thank you.
We don't hear of those problems now.
Yeah.
So we assume it just happened on its own. These things don't happen on their own.
They don't.
Somebody is deliberate about what they do in order to ensure that that peace is there.
Yes.
If I look at the tempo with which we are already politicking now, and the resurgence of groups of young men who in their mind believe they are providing security, what for I'm not fully cognizant of, but the public refer to as goons. It is on the increase. And it is not a venture that cannot be understood. We've had them before. But this one is worse. Why it is worse? Because we've never had this sort of population of young people before.
Yes.
And we've never had a situation where young people don't have any gainful employment that you can speak of as in terms of opportunities and hope. We see what the government is doing, but it falls short of the demand.
The demand is bigger.
Exactly. Now, NCIC has its work cut out for it, because as far as I'm concerned, the problem is not the youth. It's those who pay them. And those who pay them are fewer. And they can be dealt with. And the vast majority of people who pay goons are politicians and their supporters. Now, before we get to a point where young people start dying, because the young people who die, does NCIC, who mapped out all these groups, have a plan to ensure that what is likely to happen if there's no intervention, where young people die because of violence, does NCIC have a plan to ensure that this doesn't happen?
Very good plan. What we are saying is that you have said it very well, again, like a professor. I think you and Mbuvi are becoming professors. What we are saying is that, the 75% of Kenyans are aged between 0 to 35 years.
Yes, they are.
So the majority of the population are young people. And the opportunities that they require are enormous. But because of the economic status of the country, we are not able to provide the necessary jobs because of our economic status. But we are working with the different agencies of government to be able to address that. Now, on the issue of goons, because we mapped them, we know where they are, and we know who funds them. That one is known, CT. They are known even who funds them. And the Minister of Interior, nobody else than the Minister himself, has alluded to that fact in Parliament. And therefore, what we are doing once the commissioners come, as part of the hotspot mapping, remember, another function that we do as NCIC, and we did it in 2022, was the hotspot mapping. We were able to map areas that are likely to have violence erupting, and to share that report with the government to be able to address it, to nip it in the bud. Now, even as we address that, we are working with once the commissioners come, we will operationalize the recommendations of that report, which was number one, to have round-the-table meetings with the Ministry of Interior, the NIS, and the Defense, to be able to prosecute some of these individuals because they are known and they keep perpetuating that culture. They have not stopped. That's why you see every weekend rallies are being disrupted, rallies are being disorganized because these people have some impunity. They know that they cannot be arrested. But I want to tell you, once the commissioners are in place, because that's a policy issue now. As a CEO, I cannot be able to prosecute. I must get approval from the commissioners.
Yes.
So once they come, the recommendations have been done. It's part of the roadmap towards 2027.
Okay.
It's part also of the transgenerational conversations. We want to tell our young people that, quoting from Frantz Fanon, that we quoted with you when we met the other time.
Yes.
Frantz Fanon was a philosopher, a writer from the Caribbean region who said each generation must discover the function, the purpose for which they exist, and they must not betray that purpose.
Yes.
So the Gen Zs are doing, the young people are doing very well by being or agitating for change.
Right.
The millennials and others are also doing well what they have achieved so far. But all of us must work together. Number one, even to tame those goons and those gangs. And as the city said, these goons are owned by fewer people than all of us.
True.
So all of us can gang up against the goons.
Yeah.
And chase them away.
You see, Dr. again, and what you're saying is very true.
Yeah.
Have you had a chance to even reach out to these folks chini ya maji or privately and just tell them, hey, Mheshimiwa Muga, for example, can't you see what you're doing is wrong? Yeah?
Yeah.
Without necessarily having to summon them to come to the commission and to come to your offices, because sometimes it can be intimidating. Unajua kitu kwa principal's office unajuanga ni kubaya.
Unajua ni kubaya.
Unaweza tandikwa viboko. Ama OCS akikupigia simu akwambia hebu kuja hapa station. Unajua unaanza kufikiria guy. Ni kuku gani niliiba. But if the commission just reached out to these folks and tell them, look, Mbuvi, those things you said yesterday in Kitui, these are the consequences. These are the repercussions. Could you kindly stop it? You know? Is that something that the commission has done?
Some of them, in this time when I have not been having commissioners, I've reached to some of them, whom I would not like to name.
Okay.
Under what call undercover on below the water. Some of them in regions that have been volatile, through emissaries. I've been able to talk to some of them, and some of them admit, others don't admit.
Okay.
And you know now, if someone does not admit it, it means then you have to get enough evidence now to be able to prosecute them. But some of them are really agreeing that this culture grows and becomes more than them. It's like the Haiti, where we were helping the other day.
Yes.
Haiti started as the way we have started. Goons would come and then they grew bigger than their owners, and then they say, no, you owner now, we are above you. Kando sasa. Sisi ndio wenyewe. Then they formed fiefdoms in a small country of Haiti. So we have told that to us. But the best happiness that I have is that because the Minister of Interior himself has taken up that thing and has told Parliament, you know, being my, of course, the of the commissioners now, is the only high-ranking policy maker that I can write to.
Right.
He has taken that report to Parliament, and Parliament now is seized of the matter.
Yes.
So we want to seek more forums, the Speaker, for example, with the commissioners when they come to see how you operationalize that report. But over and above that, Mbuvi, before you forget, we are very grateful because of Kenyans. Because Kenyans have been reporting people of hate speech. Kenyans have been saying who is inciting others. Kenyans have been, even the Garissa issue, it is Kenyans who notified me as a CEO that there's this somebody here. So Kenyans are very awake, and that is spirit I would like us to have even as we go to 2027.
Yeah, actually, I agree with you because Kenyans are your strength.
Yes.
The moment Kenyans are behind you, even Parliament will have to be on your side. Yes. Now we've come to the end. Give us your parting shot.
My parting shot is to say, because I'm in a radio generations discussion, to say that all generations in Kenya matter, number one. Where you are as a Kenyan, you matter. Where you are as a citizen have important role to play. Do not abdicate. Usiache kazi yako. Kenya belongs to all of us. If we accept the leaders to ban this country, most of us don't have anywhere to go. Some of these leaders have double passports. They can go to other countries. But me and you have nowhere else to go. We have to make Kenya work, and we have to have a peaceful 2027 general election based on issues. Even if you differ with the person speaking in front of you, listen to them. then wait for your time to make a decision in the ballot. Don't throw stones at them, don't insult them, don't be violent, just wait for them in defining moments.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mutegi. That's the time we had. Lakini sasa juu ulipoteza 30 minutes, tunakuinvite again. Ukuje sasa.
Yes.
Tuongelee mengi zaidi.
I will come.
Especially on that transgenerational conversations. Yes.
I will come. I'm sorry for delaying.
Usijali.
City Muga and Mbuvi.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Here's the news with Winnie.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A global report shows millions of Kenyans are still facing acute food insecurity, with between 3 million and 4.9 million people unable to meet their basic food needs. The Global Report on Food Crisis 2026 says the situation worsened between 2024 and 2025, with about 900,000 more people falling into crisis levels or worse due to erratic weather, rising food prices, and reduced aid. Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna has called for Senate intervention over reports of Kenyans being trafficked into the Russian military and others detained in Ukraine. He raised concerns about alleged deception and coercion in recruitment networks and urged investigations, repatriation of affected Kenyans, and support for families seeking information about missing relatives.
This is a petition by Mr. Peter Kamau Gitau seeking parliamentary intervention regarding the recruitment of Kenyan nationals into the Russian army and the detention of Kenyans in Ukrainian prisons. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to present this petition on behalf of the families of Kenyan nationals who are unlawfully recruited and sent to serve in the armed forces of the Russian Federation, as well as those currently detained in prisons within Ukraine. We, the undersigned citizens of the Republic of Kenya, on behalf of other families of Kenyan nationals who are unlawfully recruited and sent to serve in the armed forces of the Russian Federation and others currently detained in prisons within Ukraine, hereby submit this urgent petition for consideration by the Senate.
Kenya Institute of Supplies Management CEO Kenneth Matiba has called for a whole-of-society approach to tackling procurement corruption. He warns that graft cuts across the entire public finance cycle and cannot be blamed on procurement officers alone. Matiba was speaking today on Radio Generation.
It's also important for us to be very deliberate on how we want to confront that challenge.
Yes.
We should not stop at identifying the problem. We should move towards finding a collective approach. And I think the challenge for us is to retrospect as a country on whether we want to stop at saying the problem is procurement. Yeah? I think if we are stopping at that point, we are not making progress as a nation. I think all that we require to do is to be deliberate in adopting a whole of society approach for crime to happen. Crime is integrated. There are many players in the web. For instance, for graft to happen through a procurement process, you may want to realize that there would be many players in that process, whether it is from the budgeting phase, where procurement people are not involved, right, to the planning phase, to the acquisition phase.
Ghana's army is investigating a deadly attack by gunmen on a military convoy that was escorting 140 civilians along a dangerous highway in the northeastern of the country. 7 gunmen and 3 civilians were killed in an exchange of gunfire in Binduri as the convoy was traveling between the centers of Baku and Bolga. 10 suspects have been arrested. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome to Radio Generation. Indeed, the time right now is 9:06. My name is Mbuvi. This is the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa. By the way, watu wa Mombasa, tumekuwa tukiona lately, and that is a good thing. Thank you so much for the support. And of course, Garissa as well, 89.5. Nyinyi sasa ndio kidogo mmepotea. So Garissa, kama unatusikiza kutoka Garissa, unaniambia unasikiza kutoka pande gani ya Garissa? Kuna ile barabara, najuanga tu barabara moja iko Garissa inaitwa Ngamia Lane. Ama sijui ni Ngamia 1. No, Ngamia 1 is the oil well in Turkana, eh?
Yes, it is. It is not in Nigeria.
It is not, but there's a Ngamia Lane. That one I know, because I saw it in the map when I tried reading traffic updates for Garissa, and then I realized there's nothing I'm reading because there's nothing there to comment on.
No, it's not true that there's nothing. There's very little.
I'm talking about cars on the road during rush hour, like we have rush hour here in Nairobi. I'm not saying that there are no cars in Garissa. Of course, we have cars in Garissa. See, Radio Generation ilienda huko na Premier Bank a few months ago, kuuza sera za Premier Bank. Na tukaona picha. Actually, Garissa is very thriving, eh? Now, I want to read some comments here, City, and comment on some of them. Benny, I won't say the second name, because ndajuma ulimi. Benny amesema, let NCIC try using social media instead of a static website. I agree. They have a very robust social media team. I know because like I said, I worked with them. There's a podcast we did together. You can go check it out on their YouTube channel. Mr. Henry amesema NCIC hawana meno. Henry and others who probably are thinking in the same way. Let me not lie to you. I was of a similar opinion some time back, and not just about NCIC, about very many other institutions in this country, and especially those ones that are government, parastatals and so on and so forth, until I actually came to understand one thing. You see something that Dr. said here about funding. Funding is mambo yote in anything. Funding even in your own house. If you do not have food, if you don't have money for food rather, bro, hata wewe na bibi yako mtakuwa mnakosana 24/7. All right? Funding is everything. When you cannot take your children to school because of funding, mtakuwa mnakosana na bibi na watoto every other waking moment. Me, I know what some of these institutions face. Yeah, I was a time gone by, I was of the opinion that perhaps we even need to disband them, send them home, because after all, what are they doing? They're just getting our taxes for nothing. But I know some of them are actually even being choked intentionally. Not necessarily NCIC, but there are those who are intentionally, and perhaps NCIC is one of them, being choked intentionally by someone somewhere because of the particular work or the gig that they have. So, sometimes before we jump and we want to slaughter these folks, it's good we also understand the kind of position they're in. You know, when you have the power or the opportunity to end careers, when you have the power or opportunity to get someone jailed or someone removed from their position, then you become a very dangerous entity to that particular individual, and those people will definitely not want you to prosper. So NCIC wanafanyanga kazi ngumu sana. Hiyo acha ni watetee tu kusema ukweli. Watu wengine wanafanyanga kazi ngumu ni Kenya Human Rights Commission. Kama kuna watu wanakuanga on the chopping block on a daily, ni hao watu. You know, it's not easy waking up every morning and then pointing fingers at someone and telling these people that they are bad or they are evil or they are doing the wrong thing. That is the kind of work that the Human Rights Commission does. And you've heard of them complaining before. Funding is a big issue for them. Watu wakinyimwa pesa, there's nothing much they can do. When you don't even have money to pay your own salaries, when you don't have money to pay your own staff, then it puts you in a conundrum. City, what do you have to say?
The reason why there is a discipline that deals with the subject of resources specifically and its scarcity, we call that particular discipline economics, is because it's a reflection of the true nature of things on planet Earth.
Yes.
The reason why you budget and the reason why you have a whole swath of individuals deciding what should go where and prioritize, and all these words we use when we're divvying up what we call the resources that we have accumulated through our taxes to various parts of the country, it is because they are scarce.
Yes.
And you have to plan for it. Okay? Now, that very process, unfortunately, for a very long time did not seem to meet the needs of the people. That's why those who worked to craft what we call the 2010 Constitution created what? A second tier of government called the national or the county government.
Yes.
So that these resources could actually then now be cascaded to places and areas that previously could not get it because the resources were nestled at the national government. Okay? Now, if you look at this particular division, you look at all the entities within government that need this money,
yes,
it's an onerous task. It's not something very simple. What is certain, and this is where I have a problem with resources.
Yes.
Those who are given these resources speak well and clearly about the inadequacy of the resources, but rarely do you hear of what it is they have done with the resources they have received. Because inadequacy ought to arise from a demonstration of what you've done with what you received, to say this is what we had hoped to achieve, and this was our budget. This is what we got. This only enabled us to achieve this. If we got this, we would then have achieved this.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
But let's have the county government. If the Auditor General's report anything to go by, there's always a diminished capacity when it comes to understanding what has been done with what was given. We know over 50% or thereabouts, we know it goes into paying workers. It isn't fine to use 50% of your resources just employing people, because you've then diminished whatever capacity you're supposed to have for doing anything else. However, that might even be palatable if there was no story of ghost workers. Because ghost workers story means there are people in our county government who don't exist and yet they are paid.
It's true.
So we are hemorrhaging because some people have found a way of pilfering, and it's through fake names, fake everything, but because it is something that you can easily pay. But in even utilizing 50% of those resources, there are very few governors who have not broken that law, because you're breaking the law. 30% is the threshold, 35%. That's the threshold. And you're hitting 50. On that alone, these people should have been taken to court. You see, diminished capacity to understand that you need to grow an economy, that's not the problem of the national government. It is your problem, you who elect the people you elect. That money is given to them to grow your economy.
You know, Ziti, when we impeached a deputy president, no one... Okay, let me not speak for everyone. Let me speak for myself. I never thought that was something possible. I heard of it, yes. In President Uhuru's time, I had rumors that perhaps Deputy President Ruto at the time was going to be impeached. But I never saw it happen. But when it happened, we were all shocked. Like, what? It's actually possible. Allah, yani wamechuja Gachagua. What on earth? The day we shall arrest a governor or a senator or even a sitting MP and we take them to prison, wacha wale wanaingianga alafu wanatoka after 2 days wamepatiwa sijui bail, ile convicted, guilty as charged,
a permanent scholarship for a certain duration of time.
Na hiyo ifungwe na president asikusaidie, Raila asikusaidie, may he rest in peace, Kalonzo asikusaidie, hiyo ndio sikusiti governors wataanza kufanya kazi vizuri.
You know, Jomo Kenyatta, during his time, there were scandals. There were not as many as we have them now, because we're not even that aware of what happened. And communication was state controlled.
Yes.
That having been said, there was a coffee boom in Uganda. And why it was a boom, and even in Kenya, was because the competitors on the world market were Brazil. And Brazil had a problem with frost. So coffee fields ilija na nini barafu. So we had a hell of a time selling coffee. Some Kenyan entrepreneurs decided that Ugandan coffee would be directed in the manner that they wanted. So they actually engaged in criminal acts. There were 2 members of parliament of that time who were arrested on matters of this smuggling of coffee. a place called Chepkube became very famous for coffee that was being smuggled into Kenya. It is said that among the duties they had, the prison duties, members of parliament, one was even an assistant, I think, were they both assistant ministers, was they were cutting grass at State House. It is said that when Jomo Kenyatta was having his 10 o'clock tea, he could invite those fellows to sit with him to drink tea at the chat because he knew them. They are people he knew.
Yeah.
They'd sit and chat. After they drank their tea, they would go back to the duties of cutting grass.
Yes.
Now, if that story is true, you are in that striped garb that prisoners wear, and we know very well that you're an immediate former Mheshimiwa. Those optics will deter people who perhaps felt a calling towards the enterprise that these two had been involved in, and which enabled them to have that scholarship. So we don't have it.
Yes.
And we even do not believe that when somebody is arrested that they will actually serve their time. We don't believe. Because even when the law is actually being followed, and because, by the way, in this country, there is actually no offense that is not bailable. Unaweza kukamata bail. So this one, theft by servant, huyu jamani mfanyikazi wetu, tukao tunamuita governor ametuibia, you can get bail. You can get bail.
Yeah.
It's bailable. You're right. If we see this,
yes,
haki umeshikwa,
haki
umeenda kotini, na brother umeweka ile Maria ambao tumejazana namna hii, ukienda to the institution of character development,
yes,
where
yani prison ndio unaita KICD.
Yes, ndio.
That is Kenya Institute of Character Improvement.
That one. Bro.
But you know, you're right, because like I said again, the day we impeached a deputy president, we opened a door to possibilities.
Actually, we did.
Yes.
And the same manner and the same process by which we impeached the deputy is the same process of impeaching a president.
A president, yes.
Same.
There are questions rather we've been asking here in the studio, and by extension we've been asking the president, and it's more or less asking the government, but the president is the head of government, right? So we've been asking the president, bwana, unajua kuna vitu zingine, and I'm saying this because he's seeking re-election in 2027.
Yes, he is.
There are some things
and he's seeking it in earnest.
Yes, he is. There are some things I think at this particular juncture he's in a position to do. Kuna watu Kenyans have been complaining about, and me, I am certain the president has got the power and authority to do something about it. Now, I won't mention people, but kuna watu wamekuwa kuambia huyu bwana anaharibu, anachoma, anaharibu serikali. Do something about it. Me, I usually ask myself, what is so difficult about it? Now, me, I've heard that, you know, the president doesn't like brushing people in the wrong way. But I think in this case, for the sake of the country, my friend, Gwaruzana bana. Do something about, I don't mean disappear them, then they are found somewhere. All I'm saying is that if they need to be fired, fire them from the positions that they hold. If they need to be arrested, please talk to your friends, the IG, talk to your friends, Mohammed Amin, the DCI CEO, because tunajua huyu mseda ni madara, this person is corrupt, this person has stolen money, and some of these people are even in UDA as governors, they're in UDA as senators, they're in UDA as members of parliament. Deal with those people. You're the party leader.
What you say, many Kenyans say, but that really is not our lived experience. That's our aspirational experience, and it also forms part of the contradictory way in which we look at things. What do I mean? I mean, we speak as though we ourselves adhere to the law without fault, and that we consider that the law should universally apply to everybody.
Right.
We actually don't. We actually don't. Criminals come from elsewhere, not from where we come from. Criminals are people whom we don't associate with and people we don't like. Those are the criminals. The people we like, the people we associate with. The wrong they do can be justified. And the things that they do which are despicable, we will again find reason to water down and to present as things which are palatable. This is the contradiction that we live with.
Yeah.
Because the law, somebody is arrested because their insurance has expired.
Yeah.
Okay? There's no sikumbili to it. 1 day, 1 hour, it has expired. You are breaking the law. You are driving a vehicle that is not insured.
Yeah.
But you will find reasons for justifying it. No, actually, bwana, wajua hiyo pesa ambayo nasemekana alichukua ilikuwa si mingi hivyo. What are you saying? So when we speak about the things that we need to see doing, believe me, if we were intolerant towards things which are wrong at the individual level, one, there'll be very few people accepting money that is dished out
at rallies.
Yes, because just look at the indignity of it. Indignity. Bwana, ati unapanga leo upewe shilingi 200.
Like that old man who died waiting for 200 bob.
Let me tell you, I have witnessed not anybody dying.
Yeah.
When you drive some of these big vehicles that are associated with people in political power, and you stop at a center in the rural areas where people are selling things, where they're selling sweet potatoes or there's some craft, old women are running towards the car because they associate a car of that nature with money for free. This is someone who's doing their business. So this is something I've heard.
Yes.
Something I've seen on many occasions. You actually want to get out of the car and tell them, please don't run. I'm not a politician.
Yes.
I am not going to give anybody money.
Yes.
I actually want to buy sweet potatoes.
Yes.
Or I want to buy oranges or pineapple. I actually want to buy something. It's not that I'm here to dish out money. This culture,
yes,
is just about the most disempowering, and it's just about the most undignified ways of treating your fellow citizens. People who are older than you.
Yeah.
People who rely on you to create policies that guarantee them certain basics in life. Instead of guaranteeing them those basics, you are actually encapturing them into slavery. You're enslaving them into this culture where they think 200 shillings is what they should expect from leadership. Surely. And then we go further and entrench it. We're talking about goons in that particular culture. If there was no money involved in this industry, that particular industry wouldn't exist. The magnitude you see would not be there. It would be a few people who we know who are antisocial, and that will be it. But this one is not a few people who are antisocial. These are people who ordinarily would have chosen a completely different path of a career. But they don't have the options. Why? Because those in leadership who are supposed to provide these opportunities don't think hard enough to utilize the resources at their disposal to do this. So you end up creating an environment in which young people have no hope. And that despondency is terrible. It creates a terrible situation for the country.
Yeah.
It's what it increases the insecurity. Because this person has nothing to lose. This person has no hope. So how do you think they are going to respond to a situation that gives them that little hope he has cash for that day? Something he ordinarily doesn't have because he can't look forward to doing something to be paid. You see, Paul, the idea of inadequate funding, there is no day, no day on this planet that there'll be adequate money from any government for everybody. No.
Even on the issue of employment, that one is something that I unfortunately came to understand when I was a bit older in life. There are some things, and I'm not excusing the government for sure, but there are some things we kind of expect from Gava, and I think we are cheating ourselves.
When people talk about employment in this country, we are not the West. We are not the European countries who have a declining population or an aging population. We have a youthful population. 75% of our population under the age of 35. We've never had this situation before. So the relooking of not budgeting, but even the education system, so that our education system doesn't prime you for employment. It should prime you for innovation, where you can do something on your own. This BCE,
and you have to squint to remember it.
Yeah, I was thinking what it is.
It's CBE.
So B.
Curriculum competency-based education.
So normally kichwa ilikuwa imeenda. I knew I was getting something wrong here.
BC, you need driving license, category of driving license.
Okay. You see, it seems to point in that direction, but you'll be told they don't have enough resources. Now, you see, that's where I have to hit my head against a wall.
Yeah.
What do you mean they're inadequate resources?
Karibu, yes.
On that note, we will halt.
Yes, we will halt.
And welcome our guest.
Yes, indeed, we need to welcome our guest. The conversation for this hour is supposed to be, or rather is, the role of national administration in service delivery and citizen management. With us is the Principal Administrative Secretary, State Department for Internal Security and National Administration, Beverly Opora. Karibu tena sana. You don't have to wear those ones. Zitakusumbua tu bure. Welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for having me here. And sorry for the delay.
Karibu.
Asante.
Wanasemanga better late than never.
Better late than never.
Ungekosa kukuja tungesema uliogopa kukuja. Serikali itaki kujibu maswali. But
and thank you for allowing us to be here. It's very important, such engagements, because then it forms us on certain interventions on what to do as far as service delivery is concerned.
Right. Maybe you can just give us an overview of your department.
Yeah, thank you very much. First and foremost, my name is Beverly Opora. I'm the Principal Administrative Secretary in the Ministry of Interior and National Administration, directly under the State Department for Internal Security and National Administration. In the organizational structure of the government, within the executive arm of government, we have the ministries, and therefore we fall under therein the State Department of Internal Security and National Administration. Within that State Department, we also have two directorates, specifically National Administration and Internal Security and Operations, and therefore I'm in charge of the Directorate of National Government of National Administration.
Right.
That's where we get the structure of field administration, the chiefs, assistant chiefs, national government administration officers at regional, and all those other levels.
Right.
And my core responsibility is to support the Principal Secretary, matters technical, matters operations, and service delivery within the State Department.
Right.
Thank you.
Is Huduma Center under your department?
Yeah, thank you very much. If you'll allow me,
yes,
I can go further and give you the structure now. Yes, it is.
Yes.
In this manner. That, of course, at national level, we have 8 regions that are led by regional commissioners. At counties, we have 47 counties that are led by county commissioners. Below, we have sub-counties that were called, I know he knows, that were called districts.
Yes.
Then below that, we have divisions, which now are headed by SCCs. Before they were headed by DOs.
Okay.
And then below that, we have chiefs that are in charge of locations. And then we have sub-locations that are under chiefs and assistant chiefs.
Yes.
Then below that, we have the village elders. I don't know where you come from. If you come from
Kitui County.
Kitui, I don't know how they call them, but in Western they call them Likuru.
Likuru.
Yes, that's the village elders. You'll tell us what they are called there. And then below that, the village elders, of course, we have now the Nyumba Kumi structure.
All right.
So this is a state department that has all the footprints, in the entire part of the country. And just to give statistics, we have now 49 counties. There are 47, but we have then another 3 sub-regions. As you're aware, there are 2.
Okay, to make now.
Yes.
That's why you said 49 earlier on.
Yes, 49.
Okay. All right.
And then we have 432 sub-counties that are called divisions. We have 1,157 divisions. We have 4,666 locations and 9,947 sub-locations. And also we have 102,072 villages.
Yes.
And now specifically to Huduma centers, we have 59 in the entire country.
Okay.
So that is how our structure within the country is. And the core responsibility is to coordinate national government functions, and that is why the role of our State Department, or rather our Directorate of National Administration, is key in service delivery and development.
I remember a conversation, I think it happened sometime last week, towards the end of last week, about uncollected national identification cards. And someone was suggesting, why don't we give these cards to chiefs so that the chiefs can deliver them now to the individual people? Because chief anafaa kuwa akinijua, because chief anajua my village elder, my village elder anajua my nyumba kumi person. So instead of us having all these IDs that are uncollected in all these different parts of the country, is that actually a conversation that made sense? It was just...
It is a very, very important statement. And there are three key issues to this. The first one is we are very much aware that identity cards, birth certificates are very, very critical documents. One, to access services, and two, even for purposes of the government to plan. We cannot plan until we know the number of Kenyans, number of people that we have within our various areas of jurisdiction. Why the chiefs are important is one of their key roles is to identify persons that require to be registered. You have an identity card.
Yes, I do.
It is the chief who, by attesting on a form, confirmed that indeed it is you and you hail from this area of jurisdiction, and then you are given that identity card. That supports also us to make sure that we do not register foreigners, or we don't have identity cards or registration documents in the wrong hands. So indeed, I agree, because they're the ones who identify the people who have been issued with ID cards. Then they can be used again to trace back and give them. And in the past, it has worked.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's something that has been done.
Yes, it has worked, and it has been done, because the chief is the one who identified you,
yes,
and even attested to the form, and then you are issued with the same, so in tracing you. But I would like to take this opportunity to urge members of the public. You know, these days the government renders services to you in any part of the country. So you might be visiting me in Nairobi. Now that you can access your ID from anywhere, you go to the Huduma Center at Teleposta, and then tomorrow you relocate to Busia, or to Mombasa. So you don't remember to come back. But the government is structured in such a way that we can always trace where your identity card is. And therefore, let me use this opportunity to urge members of the public who registered for their ID cards to go to any office, any Huduma Center, or any of our national government administration office. We will be able to trace it. And even in the past, even if you registered, for example, in Kitui, and you have gone to Bungoma, once you give that information and we get it, it can be brought to where you are.
That was actually my next question. So if I'm in Bungoma,
yes,
is Bukungu in Bungoma?
Buhungu is in Kakamega.
Ah, okay. So I'm in Buhungu.
Yes. You're in Buhungu, Kakamega.
City Shideko. I cannot be Kakamega. Anyway, so my ID is in Kitui.
Yes.
You will actually deliver it to me
yes.
At no cost.
At no cost. You just need to go to for example, the Deputy County Commissioner's office, and you say you went to Buhungu and you registered there. In fact, you'll say you want to know the status. We can tell you the status, whether it was complete, done and sent to Buhungu, and then they can communicate and have it brought.
Okay.
Yes.
Hiyo sikuwa ninajua.
Now you know. Serikali iko karibu na wewe.
So many people, when you do your surveys or ask Kenyans why it is that they have all these IDs uncollected, do they ever give a reason as to why? Because I don't see why I went registered for this particular document, gave my fingerprints and all other information needed. Then it is just there and uncollected for months and months.
Yes.
Yeah.
One of our core functions is actually to mobilize members of the public. One towards participation in government programs, and you know the constitution now calls for government that we must engage members of the public to participate in policy formulation and government projects and programs. So it is incumbent upon us as our responsibility to mobilize members of the public to equally give them information on why this identity card is very, very important. And I will mention an example right now, the government's effort to empower the vulnerables, especially our youth and maybe the elderly, to access programs like Nyota.
Yes.
And in addition to that, to access even the SHA. facilities under Hustler Fund, Women Enterprise Fund. These identity cards are very, very critical. And as you are aware, we are in a space where now very soon next year we'll be going to elections to elect our leaders. And one of the requirement is that you must have an identity card to register as a voter. So we continue urging members of public, especially the youth, that it's important to have this registration document because you need it to register, to access services, and even according to laws, regulations and policies in place, you need it to be able to access certain prospects. For example, those who want to go abroad, Mbuvi, you need it to get a passport. So it is a very, very critical. And also it identifies you. God forbid, supposing you have traveled to Mombasa and you get an accident, that identity card will enable us as a national administration to locate your family.
Right.
And this happens even for people who have traveled abroad. So it's our principal role to identify members of the public and to confirm that they come from our areas, or various areas of jurisdiction.
Help us understand the role of our chiefs, because the information that people have out there sana sana na kwanga chief atakusaidia saa zile mko na dispute ya kuku. Dispute ya bibi na bwana. Perhaps the broader role of them other than just a dispute resolution.
Other than dispute resolution, we have talked about identifying people for registration so that they access government services. Another critical role of a chief is to make sure that government policies and programs are disseminated and articulated to the public. For example, if the government is going to carry out recruitment of youth into the
police
security
service
agencies, it is the chief to inform the youth within his location that on such and such a day, the National Police Service is coming to recruit youths to go to the service, and the requirements are 1, 2, 3. And even through the public barazas, the chief is going to talk about government policy. We've just talked with you about universal health care, Nyota, Hustler Fund, and even the times that government is coming to undertake any government policy. So then again, he mobilizes them. For example, if we are going to do vaccination for livestock, it is now up to the chief to do that. So a chief is very critical in making sure that the agenda of the government is actually
actualized
and government policies are implemented. And just to give us an example, when this government under the agricultural pillar for better wanted to give subsidies to farmers, actually gave subsidies, in 2 weeks we were able to register over 6 million farmers. That was done by chiefs and assistant chiefs.
In how long?
In 2 weeks. Yes, 2 weeks.
How many farmers again?
Then now at that time we did 6 million, but now 7.1 million farmers have actually registered and are accessing subsidy.
This is just through the effort of
effort of chiefs and assistant chiefs, and I'm proud to be a member of the National Government Administration. Let us go to the 15B agenda. Matters environment conservation and addressing climate change. The government has purposed to plant 15 billion trees, and the National Government Administration, the chiefs and assistant chiefs, to date, Mbuvi, as we are speaking, they have planted a total of 119 million trees.
Chiefs peke
yao? 861,000. And how has this been done? Is that when we commenced on this program, following His Excellency the President's directive in October 2022, 20th October actually, 2022. Every first Friday of the month, every chief within his location, and remember I've told you we have 4,666 locations, he mobilizes members of the public within his jurisdiction, and they plant trees. They can choose today, this month, they're planting in a school. Tomorrow, they're planting maybe in a riparian area. So if you do your calculations every month, so over time from the year 2022, following this strategy, they have been able to do that, and they're continuing to do the same. And in addition to that, every chief now has a tree nursery. So a member of the public who wants to plant trees,
they can go to the chief
go to the chiefs and they'll be able to get. But you need to appreciate that we don't just do this. The chiefs don't just do this as chiefs. They work with other national government agencies,
yes,
the ministries, the departments, and of course we also have non-state actors, non-governmental organizations within various spaces in different sectors.
Right.
We work very well with them. Also very critically, as I was coming in, I saw my colleague,
yes,
the CEO NCIC.
Right.
Chiefs must ensure that peace and cohesion prevails within the communities and areas of their jurisdiction. That means that any upcoming conflict, either intra or inter, it can be, neighboring over maybe pasture, livestock, boundaries, shamba, kupakana.
Dio.
And umesema mambo ya kuku. And on a light note, mkikosana na bibi nyumbani, chief ako hapo kutatua. Yeah, you know.
Yes,
so actually, our national government administration has responsibilities both from the lowest, from your household, actually, up to even international level.
Okay.
So that's peace. That speaks to peace and cohesion. Today, you talked about the rain.
Yes.
Matters climate change. Rain comes with various disasters. There's flooding, and sometimes even there's drought. So it's the chief now who one gives early warning. He will receive that communication through our chain, as I have given.
Yes.
We give early warning that we are going to have floods. So then he informs members of the public to move to safer grounds or higher grounds. In addition to that, the beauty about it is that when members of the public within his area of jurisdiction are affected by drought, they're affected by floods, the chief then gives information. When it's escalated, then government undertakes interventions. And I'll give an example. Sorry, with all due respect to you, Mbuvi, you come from Kitui.
Yes.
If people are within, let's say, no sub-county, their crops failed as a result of drought, then that chief in that area will give that information, and in engaging with the special program State Department, then we'll give relief food. So relief food and humanitarian assistance, it is the responsibility of the chief.
Yeah.
So you can see the beauty and the role that the chiefs play, and so on and so forth. And primarily, all national government functions, policies, and programs, the chief is entailed and to make sure
implemented at that low level.
At that level.
You've mentioned Kitui. Then I was reminded of an incident that happened in over the weekend. Some 7 individuals were killed because of some conflict with their neighboring. It is reported that it is a neighboring county. People from there came and attacked. Now, what is the role of a chief in such a situation? Because we saw DIG Lagat went there. Of course, he had a conversation with the chiefs and other security agencies within that particular area. What is the role of the chief, the sub-chief, and even other officers above him in such a situation?
Mbuvi, there are various roles in such a situation. Number one, as I have said earlier, the chief does not work in isolation. He works with the village elders, and below them we have Nyumba Kumi and the community policing structure. Now, these people that work with the chief are supposed to share information, and there can always be early warning. Interventions also entail intelligence gathering, so the chief should be able to know, if there are signs within the community, and that is why it is important for members of the public, and that a chief is nominated from where he stays, so that even the community is known. This is their person.
Yes.
We've not brought Ouma from, let's say, Homa Bay to be the chief in Kitui, because this is their person. So interventions will be undertaken if the community shares information. Before a conflict gets to that level, definitely there are signs. I'll give an example of areas in my past tours of duty. When communities are about to fight and maybe they share one market, when you see one community has not come to the market that market day, then just know something is amiss. So there will always be a sign, and that's why we say that a national government administration cannot work in isolation. They must work with the community. Therefore, in such a circumstance, we expect that the community must share information, and we really call upon the community within the country that share information. And in instances, Mbuvi, where we have had members of the community sharing information, we have been able to mitigate before they escalate into serious security situations. So where you see a situation like that one that happened in Kitui, maybe those who had knowledge did not give information in good time, but we appreciate that the DIG was able to move with speed and address the same. So therefore I use this opportunity to encourage members of the public, sisi sio watu wabaya, tuko hapo kuwasaidia. We are there to serve you. In fact, national government administration is about service. It's about seeing development, and that is, as the representatives of His Excellency the President, we must make sure that wananchi access services, wananchi are protected, and there's a conducive environment for people to go to school, for people to do their businesses, and also government itself to do its business. And just so that, allow me to mention that our responsibilities are split into two. There's security aspect and there's a development aspect. And because you've brought in that element of security, at those two levels, the chiefs and assistant chiefs are chairpersons of the locational and sublocational peace and security committee. So then within that purview, within that outfit, they can be able to address security issues within their areas of jurisdiction.
Nice. My cousin, one of my very many cousins, is actually a chief. Now you're making me appreciate his role more than I did before you mentioned some of the things.
They work 24/7, and we normally say that a chief and assistant chief know anything and everything. And on a light note, sometimes you say wewe ni mtoto wa Onyango, lakini chief anajua wewe ni mtoto wa Ouma. On a light, they know everything. And that's why we need to, as communities, we need to work very closely. And they know where you are, what you did, but in good faith.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, sometimes they can give you a sign that the consequences are this. So let's embrace our chiefs. Yes.
City, mbona unacheka? Wewe una cousin chief?
Actually, the cousin who was a chief retired sometimes back. But you know the thing about the village, the next chief is probably a relative, even if you don't acknowledge it. It may be distant, but after all, you come from the same village, so you must have some blood ties somewhere.
Sure.
Yes.
Sure.
There's something, when you talk about chiefs, once upon a time, administration police were attached to the chiefs. Then we got the 2010 constitution.
Are they not?
Not really. No. Unless they've been brought back.
Okay.
Administration police were known to be seconded or adjuncted to the chiefs. Because the chiefs,
all the way to the PC.
Yes, the chiefs, it was their role. They worked with the administrative arm of government.
Right.
What is their role now?
Thank you very much. Muga, you're right that a past administration came up with reforms in the National Police Service by merging the police, but still the administration police remained, and they have certain functions. We as National Government Administration are very grateful to the administration of the day under the leadership of His Excellency the President. Following that merger, there were some gaps, and like you have said, the chiefs were working with actually these police officers. So last year, His Excellency the President gave a directive that we now have a unit called the National Government Administration Police Unit, which will now support National Government Administration officers as we undertake their duties. The chiefs and assistant chiefs are, now that we've talked about matters, even their role in maintenance of law and order. Sometimes, like when they are going to address issues of illicit brews and drugs, issues of goods, even there is a land dispute, chief akienda peke yake, somebody comes with a panga.
Yeah.
So in that wisdom, our cabinet secretary in the year 2024, last year, actually launched for us the National Government Administration Police Unit. So Muga, they are back, and already we have they have been recruited. Sorry, they have already been the unit has been put together. Already there is a commandant and the DIG, Administration Police Service, with the support of the Inspector General, have already rolled out the National Government Administration Police Unit. There are regulations to that effect. There are standing operating procedures. So we are good to go. And now we have Ngapu. They are going to come back to support the community and also to support a National Government Administration officers to do their duties.
Yani, there's a time you want to mean city, you'd go to the chief and he didn't have officers.
Yes.
But now they're back.
If you live in areas that are prone to disputes that flare up into violence, then you'd understand what the role of an AP was.
Yes, true.
But the chief riding his motorbike to go and solve such an issue, that he's no better than the civilian. I mean, in all honesty, the presence of a security officer in itself solves 50% of the dispute, just the presence of that particular officer.
Government visibility.
Yes.
Government visibility. And even as they do their patrols, they move around, as they do barasas with the chiefs and assistant chiefs, it gives assurance to members of the public that there is a conducive environment, and they're really going to support. This is a bottom-up government, oriented government, focused government rather. So in as much as it's doing the focus of development is also to address development at the grassroots level, security is very important, and therefore this outfit, the National Government Administration Unit, it's really going to enhance security, it's going to enhance peace, and even give assurance, actually, including the protection of the investment of the government, the projects. And that's one of the responsibility also of us as National Government Administrative Officers, chiefs included, that the infrastructure, the development that is put at the grassroots level must be protected. Like the rolling out of 1,450 ICT hubs, they are in a location somewhere. So with the
they're
support,
in every ward, right?
Yeah, they're in every ward. The roads, look at the infrastructure in TVETs, the housing program, affordable housing everywhere. So actually, we are grateful to His Excellency the President and our Cabinet Secretary that this particular National Government Administration Police Unit is going to support us in the delivery of services to members of the public.
There were, beyond just the chiefs, that entire administrative structure, the powers that they once had were more or less dissolved. Now, I, as somebody who lived in an era when provincial commissioners had power, district commissioners had power, there are those who would argue that perhaps the powers needed a little taming. However, one then has to move away from the reality that the powers they had served a very important function. When you talk about a devolved unit and you have powers that have been devolved to the point where you have a governor and he has powers that the Constitution gives that particular office and protects them, I wonder, the role that DOs, as we call them then, and then DCs and that entire administrative structure, the roles that they played, we've renamed them, we call them
SCCs.
Yes.
Assistant County Commissioner.
Yes, but they don't have much power. Essentially, they might as well just be an administrative officer. And yet, they're the people who first come into contact with issues within the jurisdiction where they are working. So how does this work? What is it that they can actually do for the citizenry? I mean, I understand they have a role, I understand what they do, but I'm juxtaposing it with a time when the office came with a certain amount of power and the things they could actually do. So the thing did not need, by the time the thing was escalated from the chief to the DO, to the DO2, to the DO1, to the DC, you understood the severity of the issue as it kept going up. Okay? In the current situation that we have with the administrative structure, how do we handle such issues?
Thank you, Muga, for that observation. I think this came about following the promulgation of the Constitution. And the new Constitution, of course, bore as a devolution, county governments and now the national government. But I think the schedules are very clear within the constitution, the functions of the county government and the functions of the national government. In addition to that, in 2013, if you're aware, we had the National Government Coordination Act 2013 that speaks to the structure, that speaks to the functions, that speaks also to the roles of national government administration officers. The Constitution, I think, mandates the executive to be able to put in mechanisms and frameworks to ensure that the roles and functions of national government and services are delivered to members of the public. And therefore, also in the National Government Coordination Act, the Cabinet Secretary at the time, in consultation with His Excellency the President, can establish units to coordinate service delivery of national functions within the country. In addition to that, Muga, it will interest you to know that as national government administration, when you look at various legal frameworks, various roles of national government, even within that constitution itself, it mandates the role of national government administration. For example, matters social protection, matters environment. We have a role to play. We've just spoken about identity cards. It is our responsibility within the legal and policy framework to identify members of the public, the Inua Jamii, the vulnerable within society. It is us to be able to identify them. It is us to ensure that services are delivered to members of the public. It is us to give feedback on the status of education, health, and all other sectors. So our role is still there. And it is confined within the available framework. We are human beings, and probably somebody may abuse power and authority. That is called for. It is possible, but still we work within the law. In addition to that, Bwana Muga, it will interest you to know that our officers have also been trained. We have invested a lot in their training. We have invested a lot in their capacity building. Even, change is inevitable. So as the world has changed, as the constitution has brought about that change, we have ensured that our officers have the capacity and more significantly work within the purview of the law. So these are circumstances that have been availed by the constitution and by the law, and nobody is above the law. But still the roles are there.
Yeah. My discussion actually went beyond what you're saying, but I thank you for that clarification. My thought process, not discussion, thought process, now I'm making my thought process discussion,
yes,
was the role that the Commission on the implementation of the Constitution was supposed to play. When you have a new Constitution, you're more or less piloting it because you haven't implemented it. It's in theory form. Now, the process of implementing it will inform you about many things, because at the time you're thinking of the change, you have a lived experience and you feel there's need for you to change it so that the outcomes can be different. So when you start implementing it, there are things you realize that perhaps even as we wrote this, we ought to have tweaked it this way. But in my opinion, the flaw and the mistake was in giving that constitution a 5-year lifespan. That CIC commission should have been given a 15-year lifespan. Why do I say this? If you don't have a body that was going to guide the implementation of this new constitution, how on earth were you going to guarantee that the process of implementation would actually serve the spirit that for which those changes were intended? I look at some of the problems we have now. We're talking about the goon problem.
Yes.
The problem is not a goon problem. The problem is a youth bulge right now.
Exactly.
And the problem of understanding what to do and the plans we have to implement, things that would actually give hope and give a way forward to this large group, 75% of our population being below 35. Now, the constitution as it currently is, it's doing the best that it can. The mechanism for bringing about change that we need, we leave to our parliament. Now, you are a state official, so my real thoughts on that particular institution, I will shelve. I will not say what I wanted to say. the process of ensuring that you get things done require power. And the august house that we speak of have the power because we've delegated to them. They are a massive letdown in the way they do very many things. In fact, they're an enormously effective way of doing things that they should not do and bring about the change that you require. But this is a discussion for another day. When we look at what the government hopes to do with reference to this bulge that we have, and with reference to not communicating jobs but communicating hope, the Nyota Fund communicates hope. The Youth Fund communicates hope. All these funds, that's what they communicate. But how do we ensure that those whose task, like yours, when you cascade it down, actually get to the point where this hope is actually embraced by the citizenry? Because the culture of mistrust is a growth industry in itself in this country. How do we bridge this gap?
First and foremost, allow me to say, Mr. Muga, that it's true. As national government administration officers, I want to begin from the challenges that you've cited. They're prevalent. They're challenges, issues of alcohol and drug abuse, issues of lack of employment, repugnant culture, challenges that have been brought about by climate change, goonism, which actually should be addressed by us, and various challenges, across the board. Like you said, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a legislator, but from where I sit, I think as national government administration, with our role being the linkage between government, the policy makers, we as the policy implementers, the feedback that we are able to give then now informs the interventions that are being tailored by the leadership that needs to address it. For example, if we look at some of the laws and regulations in place, the laws and regulations in place that have been overtaken by time that cannot now address the issues you're raising are being amended. And we have really been supported by government, and more specifically the Department for Security and Administration, where our ministry falls. They have been very supportive. Secondly, we have also been able to come up with regulations, the regulations that will be able to support actually the implementation of what government wants to do to address what you're raising. But it is a journey. It is a continuous journey, and remember, there is constraint of processes and procedures. You do not just wake up and the process of a bill, the process of regulation, public participation that has been introduced by the same constitution. And from my experience also in the recent past, you also see a lot of litigation. You start with this regulation, this bill, and there is a lot of opposition and all that. So that is the situation where we are. But our focus as national government administration is to ensure that as much as possible, because it is our role up to the grassroots level, we are able to alleviate the position of our members of the public, and it's bearing fruit. It is bearing fruit. There are results. There are young people who have, through this, for example, empowerment programs, have been able to make it. Even the Hustler Fund, and another beauty about, for example, the empowerment funds. I love the K-Nest program. K-Nest, the Kenya Investment Entrepreneurs Savings Program, whereby people in the informal sector are now able to save. And in the course of time, when you're a bit low financially, you can access 30%. And then that 70%, when Muga, you'll be tired of selling your fish, imagine you have like a pension for you, and you're in the formal sector. But then again, I confirm here that, and that's what we are doing, that it is our role as national government administration to bridge this gap, to address this by one, mobilizing the public properly, making sure that they access these services and programs, and in addition to that, giving feedback to the leadership that be, both at policy formulation and, like those in the legislature, to be able to do the needful. And these engagements always come about, for example, when the legislature, when Parliament and Senate are in the field doing public participation on their bills, on their very many activities, then we are able to give them a platform to engage members of the public, and they get genuine feedback. In addition to that, Muga, I don't know where you hail from, but also last year from April to October, our cabinet secretary led us in the entire country, and we had 48 public sittings under the Jukwaa la Usalama, and we gave members of the public, leaders within the counties, an opportunity to give us recommendations, to give us feedback, and also for us to tell them what the government is doing. So there have to be various platforms and engagements to be able to address what you are saying. Wow. But again, I'm constrained as a state officer. That's what I know. Maybe you need to have a conversation later on with the leaders in that space to talk about the constitution. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam PAS. This, unfortunately, is where we come to a close.
Thank you. We'd love to come back again because we need to talk more about
for sure
what we do, because we are the face of government, and we would also love to get feedback from you and from the members of public. I don't know whether members of the public normally call you in to ask questions.
Yes, we have several ways of conversation, of talking to them rather. For example, someone
and
is
them talking to us.
Yes, for sure.
Yes.
Like someone was asking about that issue of IDs, which
yes,
that message has spotted somewhere here, but you answered it. Oh yeah, it was Mbuvi. Please ask this: since the chief's office is a representation of the office of the president in all localities, is it possible for ID application and pickup to be done there?
Yes, it is possible. Once the register, and remember now we are doing mobile and outreach ID card registration. Yeah, once somebody has, in fact, it would be important for him to get information from that office when his ID card is ready. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Sawa.
Yeah.
Shukran.
But we would like to urge members of the public, and I emphasize, identity cards and birth certificates are very critical registration documents that you require under the law. For services and for your empowerment. So let them go. If they registered for them, let them find them. And sometimes there's some phobia, there are some myths, maybe ulikuwa kwa kosa moja au ingine, unafikiri ukienda kuchukua ID that you'll be, arrested or whatever. Yeah. No. The government is more focused on ensuring that you get those services.
Alafu kesi baadaye.
Baadaye na sheria iko tutii sheria, but most importantly ID cards are very, very important. And and also the chiefs have the information. They have all the information about what you need to know about the ID cards.
All right.
Yes, and just to emphasize, of course this government has also established operationalized many other administrative units. The numbers I give you, for example, of 9,947 sublocations within the country are to ensure that we bring services closer to the people, so that you don't have to move from Nuhu to come all the way to Mwingi town to get an ID. Nowadays you can get it at your doorstep. And the chiefs, they can be able to assist you.
All right.
Thank you.
We will invite you.
Yes.
And feel free also to reach out in case there's something specific that you'd like to talk about. Usingoje tukupigie simu, unaweza tuambia unataka kuja, and we'll definitely see how to accommodate that.
Absolutely.
All right.
But the government is doing a lot.
Yes.
I urge members of the public wakae karibu na sisi serikali, especially through the barazas, to know what we are doing for farmers, social empowerment programs, and so on and so forth. So thank you so much for having us on behalf of the State Department, and please give us that feedback. It is always our joy when a matter is raised by members of the public or there is feedback for us to actually address the challenges that they have.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Pass our regards to the ministry as well. Here's the news, with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.